Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Melbourne and the Proton Australia Pickleball Open. My name is Brad Kluss and we are coming to you live from the heart of the city centre of one of Australia's favourite capital cities of Melbourne. I'm obviously joined here with Dylan Kimlin.
Mate.
DK, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, and I can just imagine all of our Sydney fans immediately typing.
I said one of.
Yeah. Sporting capital of Australia, Melbourne is, and what a wonderful day we've got ahead of us for pickleball.
We do indeed, mate. We are about to commence matches for the day in our men's doubles bracket. We are seeing players who finished their warm-up about to get underway with the referee Paul Campbell. We're in the round of 32 and underway straight into it.
Yeah,
First points there from the Australian boys, Dylan.
Yeah, well, we should probably do some intros for our viewers.
We should,
Furthest
yes.
from screen about to service, we have a combination of Hargraves and Evans. Two of Australia's favourites. Tom Evans obviously just signing with PPA, going over to the States soon, so get very comfortable watching this gentleman.
The ATP straight off the bat from Evans.
Ask and you shall receive, Dylan.
Ball millimetres from the ground. Connection with that paddle, very nicely struck.
1-0-2.
And their opposition close to the camera, we have the combination of Gruhl and Tafuna.
0-1-1.
Gruhl and Tafuna on the defensive there.
Yeah, I called...
0-1-2.
I called Biakina's game yesterday in the singles, and Gruhl was very supportive on the sidelines.
Yeah, very strong following here in Melbourne. Lots of family and friends supporting the players. This event is a terrific sign.
Yeah, put away with these. This will be 3 games to 11, by the way, viewers. The gentlemen will rotate at 6 should we get to a third, utilising the Franklin X40s.
2-0-1.
I'm curious, Brad. Yeah, it looks like we've got a stacking effect here, so Tom Evans taking that right side. Left side, my apologies.
Couple of unforced errors coming off the paddle of Tafuna at the moment. Settling in, getting some nerves out of the system.
4-0-1.
Mitch seeing that loose pop up down the middle for a nice finish.
Evans rocking the Proton paddle
5-0-1.
for this match. Recently signed with them. Proton obviously getting behind the Australian Pickleball Open. So awesome to have such a large-scale event here in Melbourne.
6-0-1.
Off to a comfortable lead early on, Hargraves and Evans seeing the ball nicely, creating the unforced errors on the opponent's paddles.
Oh, that's a body. Tom Evans, historically known as a singles specialist, but has been really working on his doubles game
7-0-2.
in the last year or so.
Timeout called by the partnership of Gruhl Tafuna.
And Brad, as this morning kicks off, we have our gentlemen all day leading up to our finals. Our medal matches will be on Sunday, by the way, viewers at home. And then we have our ladies later on today. I was having a chat to a couple of our female players earlier on today, and they are fired up and ready to go. There's a court right behind us. Court 3, by the way, viewers. You can also catch that on the Australian PPA Australia YouTube channel. And we just had a game with Zach Taylor, Jay Gruhl warming up with De Villiers and Johns. And there were people like, is this a proper game or is this a warm-up? Like, what's going on here? And there was a massive crowd just watching. I'm like, guys, it's just a warm-up game.
Yeah, they were like 4 deep trying to get a view of this match and
Yeah.
seeing the big guns from the USA taking on a couple of the local fella in Jai. Was interesting to watch. Some great pickleball already first off up this morning as we rejoin this match on Grandstand Court.
802.
He's caught with 2 bodies thus far, Hargraves.
Another bag.
I really rate Hargraves on the right side. And he is good.
Second server.
And
082. Side out.
we did see, I mentioned Colin Johns just then, he really made the right side play style so important last year and so much more noticeable.
Yeah.
I feel like Mitchell Hargraves has taken that into effect in the last year as well with his successes. He plays very strong on it in the men's doubles.
901.
Yeah, as we all know, the specialisation of sides is becoming a very important part in partnership play
902.
of late.
Right out.
Making sure and maximising your partnership with your partner is going to give you the best results in terms of your
091.
focus area, left or right. As that serve just sails long off the paddle of Tafuna.
092.
Just on the wide side. The winner of this match will go through and take on either Shemrosky and Cortez or Gledden and Williams. Those gentlemen are currently going head-to-head as we speak.
Second server. Nine 902.
Yeah, nice shot. Down
No
on the feet.
mistake there from Tafuna, finding that loose ball nicely on his paddle.
So viewers at home, Brad and I had a chat with our next games participants, Victorian legend
091.
Huss. We've got a bit of a story for you.
Saleh in the house.
And Huss playing with Venner. And their first game, a nice and easy one, Guangdong and CJ Klinger.
CJ Kling.
092.
Look,
Hustle. Put away.
some of us don't come here just to spectate Dylan. Some of us come here for the full immersion experience, and that's exactly what Huss and Venner are going to get in their first round match.
Ooh.
Second server.
I'm sure there are millions of pickleball players around the world that would relish the experience
100%.
to share the court with some legends such as Guangdong and
902.
CJ. Yours truly included, but not today.
Just glad that we can sit and watch.
Yeah, it's quite a spectacle, and they are very much
091.
masters of their craft. It's incredible to see the amount of training that is taking place while the players are off court.
Oh, yes,
092.
non-stop. And viewers at home, we've been asked to ramp up the Aussie colloquialisms. So, being a Aboriginal man from Northern Territory, believe me, I can ramp up the boganism. Yeah, well left. I wonder if they know what bogans are.
Well, perhaps we'll keep the listeners and viewers in suspense, and hopefully we might get a few inquiries from the international shores. Once they hear one of them thrown out to the listeners, perhaps create some conversation. What the heck are they talking about? A little confusion there on that short ball, and that brings up the game point.
Clinical.
11-0 from the combination of Hargraves and Evans.
Yeah, and you talk about a perfect game, and 11-0 is how you want to start off your gendered tournament. Now, Brad, you'll be playing yourself this week. How are you feeling leading into that?
Look, I'm a little excited. Combination of excited and nervous. There's a lot of people around. There's a lot of faces, and I must admit I get a little jittery when it comes to a new experience and a new location. Playing on the pick-and-roll court is only a second-time experience for me, so I'm looking forward to that, seeing how the ball moves off this surface. I've been watching a lot of the matches to try and read some of the ball play, pick it up and put it in my bag of knowledge. But no doubt there's, of course, events like this bring out the best of the Australian Masters players, and a few that I've faced a few times, a few wins that I've gotten off them, and I'm hoping to bring that to this weekend.
Talking about our Masters players, I was watching none other than Rosa Morris play earlier today, and looks in fine form. Ange Green, Kessel as well. They had a great game.
Time in, game 2, 0-0-2.
And we're underway in game 2.
Point.
A cracker of a drive off the paddle of Mitch Hargraves. Big forehand drive down the middle.
1-0-2.
And another.
You know, it blows me away that he would be regarded as the more passive out of these two. And yet, you've just seen what he can do when he gets that great light.
Considering the pedigree of play and experience from both these players, I think Mitch having the more experience in terms of Australian and international match play over the years. He's certainly getting some shape on those forehand drives. It's
Teeing
just
off at the
dipping ever so beautifully as it clears the net. You can see catching those opponents a little off guard.
Ooh,
Evans
alley-oop.
rising to the occasion to put that overhead away.
He got hops. And none other than CJ Klinger standing right behind him where our
giving
camera's
it the
standing.
nod of approval.
Woofing down a banana.
5-0-2.
Better than Nutella that we saw Duong eating yesterday morning. With
The
ease.
ATP very easily put away. Yeah, it's a little overwhelming sometimes. You just look around the stadium,
6-0-2.
Dylan, and all of a sudden you spot Tyson McGovern
Yep.
having a stretch in the near distance. Tyson had a terrific run through his singles pool to make his way to the final of Super Sunday this weekend.
Yeah.
7-0-2.
Played very solid.
Football.
Oh, big toe in the kitchen. And talking about playing well, can we bring up Summer Dalabona?
Let's talk about our
My
local favourite
Goodness.
8-0-2.
in the final herself. Her first PPA final ever. First Australian to make our women's singles PPA final.
And she looked incredible. I know you and I are both in the Sunny Coast WhatsApp chats, and the Sunny Coast fan base were going ballistic.
They were, yes. And a very humble player is our Summer Delabonna. She is an absolute expert at this game, but so humble, will talk to anybody, will play with anybody.
Oof, bang. Yeah, so viewers at home, for our bingo card, I'm going to use, and we have a victory here. This is a
That's a straight sets win with 2 donuts for the boys.
A perfect pickle.
Australia.
First bingo card, first bogan word for the day. I actually stitched up Summer Delabonna in my interview earlier yesterday. It's because Summer, as Brad mentioned, is very humble, very quiet as well. And I said to her while I was live, I was like, chatty as ever, Summer, thank you, mate. And the look she's giving me is like, shut up.
Yeah, you got the stare down. You certainly got some side eye. I
got to apologise to her later on. But no, what a wonderful person. And talking about Aussies carving it up, my goodness, Hargraves and Evans in fine form.
That was a pearler match, to say the least. Dylan, an absolute pearler.
Yeah.
An 11-0, 11-0 win from the Australian combination. The boys are on their way through to the next round.
Yeah, we might pop through to a commercial break and have a bit of a breather. I believe we will have the combination of Duong and Clinger coming up next against the local legend, Huss himself. So I spoke to Huss earlier today. I said, mate, how do you feel leading into this match? His response, pray for me, Dylan. So with that, we'll go to an ad break. We'll be back.
Stay with us, folks.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.
G'day everyone, and welcome back to the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. My name's Dylan Kimlin, sitting alongside me, Brad Klass. About to get underway with our next game here for the gentlemen. We have our round of 32 between the absolute superstars in CJ Clinger and QD. And they're up against the gentleman that we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Huss Salah. And he's playing with Venna Fonakalafi.
Some of our local folk here from Victoria, Melbourne.
And you were mentioning earlier that Fonakalafi's Tongan.
He is indeed, mate, yes. Hailing from the Pacific Islands of Tonga.
Yep.
Quite a
So-
contingent here, along with them, as usual. They usually bring a lot of family and friends to support their endeavours on the pickleball court, and
Yeah.
it's wonderful to see.
And, you know, like the Samoan, Tongan, and obviously our New Zealand friends, that pickleball area is growing so quickly. And let me tell you, viewers at home, the Tongans can hit the ball hard.
My God, can they hit the ball hard. I have had the pleasure of facing off against Venna on occasion at a few state events and been on the receiving end of a couple of body bags from Venna. So look out. We can expect to see him dial up and rip a few down the line.
Yeah, fifth gear, I imagine. And for Huss, I had the pleasure of interviewing him last year
30 seconds.
as a Victorian pickleball OG. And just sort of his development and the things he takes from the game and a lot of life reflections he brings into the game. He obviously was very much looking forward to this match. I don't think he realised he would be on the broadcast court, but no doubt he will cherish
And
this
look,
experience.
and this is the thing with PPA and pickleball in general, in terms of when you travel locally and internationally, having the opportunity to face off against some of the game's absolute best
Yeah.
on the planet is an experience to behold. And to be quite frank, mate, I'm jealous of this experience. I would love to be out there having a crack at this, seeing how I fare and if I'm going to get one or two from these young whippersnappers
Game 1, 0,
as we get underway in this match now.
And backhand roll is successful. Side out immediately on the board.
Quite a crowd gathering around at the grandstand end of this court, Dylan.
On the wide side.
Going to be supporting their local heroes.
1, 0, 1. 1, 0, 1.
Ooh, there we go.
And there's the crowd getting behind Haas. He's got one past. And the smile
1, 0, 2.
ear to ear.
Yeah, nice. Forehand roll is good. I mentioned before we went live that in the crowd we have Wicken Hero as we speak, Beck Lally.
0, 2.
Probably one of the loudest people in the Australian pickleball scene. Oh, unfortunate for Huss. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Kwan was going for a nice down the line drive there and
3, 0, 2.
caught Haas a little off guard.
Good job.
Paul, let
Venna.
the boys play.
Venna was going for the Ernie and must have just caught the line with his toe.
4, 0, 2.
Ironic that our official Campbell also a Victorian.
Point.
And this is great. What a turnout.
Side out.
Very uncharacteristic backhand return error there off the paddle of Kwan
0,
Dong.
5, 1. Second server.
I want to see Fonakalafi absolutely tear the skin off a
0,
ball.
5,
We
2.
know how hard he can hit it.
It'll come, don't worry.
Annie, ball's good.
Side out. 101. Point.
You would think that we're seeing like a Friday night AFL match here
601.
with this turnout.
Yeah, there's a crowd gathering.
Oh, CJ so strong, ball's still good though. Just long.
All smiles on the end of the Australians. They are loving this experience.
701.
Good
Oh,
poach.
the bag
he's
from
bodied
CJ
in.
Clinger.
Oh no.
He's found Venner's centre. And Venner's smiling.
Yeah.
801.
I wonder if
This
CJ's
is fantastic.
Yeah, wonderful hands. I do wonder if Klinger's watched any rugby union. I don't know if I'd be taking the Tongas on in a.
Needless to say, Venner's banked that, and there will be something in reply.
The boys are finding their feet right now. Transition's just so strong, Brad.
Yeah, they see the ball so crispy, so early, mid-court, back-court, you name it. To be young again.
Yeah, game secured.
And we have a 11-0 in the first game of this first round match. And thus far, DK, they are having a blast on court. All four of them, to be honest. Some enjoyment taking place.
I just
You can
love
see
how...
CJ smiling, enjoying his hydrolyte.
Yeah, well, that's probably one thing that we are still, I guess, getting our eyes in regarding is the diet side of professional pickleball, right? Like, let's be real. I was watching, I'm not going to name names, but there were certain players yesterday just tucking into some pies and sausage rolls before a game.
Not dissimilar. I saw a pizza delivered to a particular pro player
who may or may not be on this court.
who may or may not
And to be
on this
fair,
court.
he played incredibly well yesterday. So, Dylan, you don't know what you're talking about. Be quiet.
It's called carb loading, I believe.
yeah. Dirty
DK.
bulk.
There's a method behind it. They burn that energy so fast that they need to refuel it as soon as.
Yeah, not wrong. But I found out Kitty's nickname is Avatar.
Right?
And I did mention to Ireland yesterday, considering I am considerably, how do I word it, lacking hair on the head.
Follically challenged.
Yeah, we'll go with that. There we go. I am a fan of the Avatar nickname. The gentlemen to bring it in once more. They've had a Perler to bring it to a game 2. And their fine form continues.
102.
Oh, so good.
Point.
The winner of this will go up against either the combination of Chia and Blitz, Aaron Blitz, we had in the commentary booth yesterday. They're currently versing Drew Woff
202.
and Burgoyne.
Point.
Both sides do have 2 timeouts per game and 1 medical for the entirety of the match. We are yet to see a timeout, Brad. Poach is good.
Point.
No, and we know how important timeouts can be in terms of the critical moments of matches where you may be needing a break, needing a breather, or perhaps talk about some strategy. I think these boys are having so much fun that they've forgotten about them completely,
Yeah.
to be honest. They're
go out
just
and play.
in the moment at the moment, enjoying themselves.
502.
5-0 the scoreline.
Oh, no way. Backhand flick.
Some very calculated play there in terms of responding to those net cords. Got to say, the pace of this match is on speed.
Yes.
DK, very fast match.
602.
You know, I actually reckon... He's confident. I was going to say, I actually think Salah and Fonakalafi will probably be relishing playing in the fast-paced game.
Just to see how low Kwandong gets down on those forehand drives, it's absolutely beautiful to watch. The technique is textbook. Loads and loads of tennis practice over the years.
Yes.
Oh.
As I was
Venez
saying,
gets one past him and
Yay.
he's pumping the fist. He's happy about that.
I reckon Venner needs to start whacking the ball. Reset attempt. Fish shot drop unsuccessful.
And DK, you can see there on the screen that the crowd continues to build here at this match.
There it is.
Oh,
he got him.
He's got one back on him. Venner finds the mark. I think it's 2-1. Oh, he went for it again.
8-1-1.
QD able to get out of the way of that one. Oh, and there's a nice little punch down the middle from Hassaleh.
8-1-2.
Called wide. Side out.
Yeah, good couple of inches out, that one from Kwandong. The backhand cross-court drive, just missing its mark for him.
8-1.
That's a great shot. Aussies do love an underdog, though. And I would guess, Brad, that this fan base is heavily one-sided at the
I would
moment.
dare say that the majority of the Victorians are here watching this match
Big
right
serve.
now. And the boys score another point, 2-8.
And we got a Where's Wally trio on the
We
right.
do, and they're just out of frame at the moment. Oh, the reset just missing the mark. Ever so tight.
8-2-1.
Perfect.
Hey, he's called that ball in. It looked wide from this angle, but Kwan is conceding that one.
8-2-2.
Oh, lovely
good
play
hands by
there from
Klinger, though.
CJ Klinger.
He's given them a nod of approval too.
9-2-2.
And you mentioned Duong calling the ball in, Brad, as we have a match point situation here. Official Campbell was saying just how polite all of our international players have been.
Lovely play there from Vina. Seeing the ball nicely off the paddle.
2-10-1.
And that ball's just sailing long.
Fonakalafi tempting an Ernie there.
Yeah, making it obvious that that was where he was headed.
10-2.
Match point.
10-2-1.
And Vina seeing the ball beautifully, punching hard, taking CJ Klinger on at the kitchen line, coming up trumps. And there is the game and match going to the combination of Dong and CJ Klinger. The Australian boys very proud in terms of their delivery and performance, getting a round of applause from the crowd, DK.
I love it, mate. I do think that the players seem to be really enjoying themselves. And it's crazy to think, considering it's a Friday, that there's such a large turnout. And the crowds will continue to build, viewers, as we have our gender doubles events on all day. Ladies on later on today as well.
Yes.
We've got some big ticket lineups for that as well.
Some hot names and hot games coming our way, DK, this afternoon in the ladies'
Not wrong
doubles
at all.
event. But stay tuned, folks. We will bring you our next match from Grandstand Court very, very shortly.
Yeah. We'll bounce into a quick commercial break and we'll find out who's on here and we can get stuck into the next one live here from the Melbourne Convention Centre.
Stay with us, folks.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Proton Australia Pickleball Open, coming to you live from Melbourne, Australia, where we are currently midway through our round of 32 men's doubles. And I am joined by, of course, none other than Dylan Kimlin. Dylan, good morning, g'day, how you going, buddy?
Yeah, hello everyone. How's it going? As we continue to ramp up the bogan terminology this morning.
We have put the call out and the challenge out to the Australian contingent watching from locally and abroad to give us your best Aussie slang sayings, and we will test the waters with the international compadres of the pickleball world and see whether or not they can keep up.
You mentioned the Australian contingent, but you know what one of the most heated debates we have with our fellow friends over in New Zealand is the difference between jandals and thongs.
Yes, yeah, that's a contentious topic.
So I'll leave our international viewers who don't know what I'm talking about to figure that one out. But,
yeah, that term thong just conjures up a whole bunch of mismatches
I will say,
unfortunate situations.
Thongs are an article of clothing, and we will get ready for our gentlemen here as the fellas are having a chat to our official Campbell. Paul's been non-stop this morning. Calling another one.
Another local Melbourneite,
Yeah.
Mr. Paul Campbell, a very familiar face in our pickleball tournament scene in Australia in terms of refereeing and playing.
Yes.
Very good job he does on court, maintaining control and delivering a very swift and efficient game for many. The gentlemen have finished their warm-up and we will be getting underway very, very shortly with this.
We will have, it looks like, closest to camera, the combination of Music and Leveler. And they are up against one of our, well, talked about Kiwis, one of our Southern Stars, in fact, captain himself.
Mr. J. Gruhl.
Yep, and he is playing with Taylor, which this should be an interesting game. We saw these gentlemen warming up earlier today, and they looked in fine form. None other than versing Colin Johns and Jay de Villiers. So fair to say they are ready to go, as we are here in the commentary booth. Let's get stuck into it. Once official Campbell gives the go. 3 to 11. Let's get started. Speed up, good. Chin music for the gentleman serving.
102. Slow down. 0-1-1.
Now, the winner of this match will go through and take on the winner of Lucas Pascoe, George Wall, Lockie Donnelly, and Robbie Manzano. A couple well-known names there in the Australian pickleball scene. Speed up from Leveler, unsuccessful.
Needless to say, there'll be a few nerves on court at the moment from the combination of Music, Leveler. I think this might be their first time pairing up.
3-1-1.
Oh, a little miscommunication there in the middle there from both gentlemen. That ball just dropping at both feet.
4-1-1.
You can see that Greenwell's rocking one of the Franklin paddles. We are using the Franklin X40s for this as well, entire event.
Speaking of paddles, DK, as that one just catches the net. Thanks to our official sponsor of this event, Proton, making very big waves in the pickleball world at the moment, and rightly so with a terrific product.
Oh, good get. And that goes long. Doubled their score, 2-4-1.
2-4-1.
Half price.
Second server.
Gruhl finding the feet of Music on that forehand roll.
2-4-2.
Speaking of music, We had a heavy request for Australian bangers to be played this morning.
DK, pray tell what is an Australian banger,
Oh man,
if you will.
Multiple terminologies, really. Net roll. I immediately think of sausages and potato, if I'm being honest, but that's because I haven't had breakfast yet. But music, ironically. Oh, service going the way there of Gruhl.
Yeah, in the music world, a banger is what might be known as one that gets everybody up off their chair onto the said dance floor.
Yeah, I mean, for our international viewers, our Australian Football League teams all have songs. They sing them after their game. Service error. And let me tell you, nothing better than being at the MCG, 100,000 people singing your song after you've beat Collingwood. One of the Victorian teams. Ball's up. Shout out to any Pies supporters in the stream. Actually, there are a lot of Collingwood supporters that play pickleball now. Think about it, Brad. So I may have just copped the ire of a few.
Careful on your way out.
Yeah. Oh, pick
Nice
up.
pick up. The overhead. Oh, great defensive play there from Music and Lavuela. Really on the back foot there, moving forward, backwards a couple of times in that point. Coming in the point, back on defence. Ultimately, the partnership of Gruhl and Taylor coming up trumps.
5-3-1.
And
Ball
Brad,
just dropping in.
I was speaking to one of our MLPA Challenger players, Kirsty McCorkindale.
5-3-2.
Leading up to this match, and it's fair to say she's a fan of Zach Taylor. And I was like, why is that, Kirsty? And she was like, well, we're the only two redheads in this entire building. so there you go, Zach, you got a fan.
Flying the flag for the redheads. Got to support the kind, your own kind.
Oh, yeah, Sarah, you good
Oh,
point.
Sarah, of course.
She got blonde streaks in her hair
Oh
at
my
the moment.
gosh,
Yeah,
she's going to murder us.
that's right.
Sarah Burr.
I even commentated with her yesterday. Oh, no. We asked the chat for comments. I know Shannon Burr is listening. We're about to cop it.
What's your call? Wide.
Actually, that's on Kirsty. Kirsty didn't notice Sarah. That's not on me. We've got a discussion here from our players.
Yeah, a little discussion about whether that call was in or out.
4-5-2.
1 point game.
Big wind up there from Lavela. It's one of the things that we are taught when we come from a tennis background, as per
5-4-1.
my experience, is to shorten those backswings,
Point.
play compact, a little bit more efficient in terms of the stroke of the ball.
6-4-1. Second server. 6-4-2.
Great backhand drive there, mid-court from Taylor.
All over it like a rash, Brad. Got hold of it and put it away with ease. That's one for the card.
7-4-2.
You do recall Jim Carey speaking said words in a particular movie. Like a rash. Like a rash.
8-4-2.
Or was that a glove?
Like a glove.
Like
mate.
a glove.
You may be
Gotta stop
referencing
my
a,
Hollywood references now.
referencing a certain masked character.
Mm-hmm.
Big cheesy
8-1.
grin.
What was that movie? No, I'm just kidding.
Like a rash.
The
What are you-
forehand follow through charge from Lavala just going long.
4-8-2.
Yeah, well left.
And again, that backswing is just a little bit too big, creating too much wind up. Not getting enough shape on that ball. Quick points coming for the pairing of Gruhl and Taylor.
9-4-1.
9 for the scoreline.
Now, Brad, you
Bringing
would
up game
assume
point.
that Lucas Pascoe and George Wall would win their game. They are the number 10 seed
10-4-1.
against Donnelly and Manzano.
Point and game.
That would, as we have game 1 locked in from Gruhl and Taylor, that shapes up, if Gruhl and Taylor continue this fine form and secure the match, that's a tantalising matchup already
That is a terrific
for round 16.
round of 16 combination.
We've got a bunch more games as we are getting stuck into our draw here in front of us to continue. And we were having a chat to the superstar Ellen McDonough from, we claim her as one of us, but she has a very thick South African accent.
She does, yes.
She's said that the ladies are getting started at 11:30, so that's pretty much now. By the way, 11:30 in the morning for all of our international viewers. I know we've had some time differences from viewers around the world, wherever you may be watching. We welcome you with open arms.
Thanks for joining us down under for the broadcast of the Proton Australia Pickleball Open. We're in about to commence game 2 of this matchup between Taylor and Gruhl,
Go.
Lavala and Music.
Go. Time in game 2. 0-0-2.
First match going the way of Gruhl Taylor, 11-4.
Side out.
Gruhl had a steady year last year.
0-0-1.
I imagine he'll be aiming for a prosperous 2025. Wonderful gentleman on and off the court too, Jay. Have you had many interactions with him?
Not a great deal in terms of play. I have had a social hit with him, I think last year, maybe mid last year. It was fun.
Yep.
Seeing him do some paddle testing back in the day.
0-0-1.
But as you said, yeah, he is known to be a very likeable fellow. Oh, that netball sitting there for seconds before deciding not to partake
0-0-2.
in that point.
Oof.
Point.
What do we call that? A smolly? It was like a mid-court smash volley,
1-0-2.
Oh, I don't know.
2 feet inside the baseline.
It's a headache to deal with. It's what
Not
it
for
is.
Jai Gruhl, that's for sure.
2-0-2. Side out. 0-2-1. Second server. 0-2-2.
Music and Lovell are choosing to really bring the heat from all parts of the court at the moment. There's very little reset, very little slowing down of the pace. They're trying to fight their way out of this or into this match with power and
202.
quite getting where they need to be.
Side out. Zero, 2, 1.
Jay has outrageous reach. And that
Yeah,
lob
he's-
was most likely going in too.
0, 2, 2.
Pretty tall lad, well over 6 foot, I would say. The overhead, and a good option there from Taylor. Lavela very well positioned at the front of the court,
201.
caught off balance. Loop
The old
serve.
lob serve. We
Not quite paying off.
saw a couple. Rose Van Reek in the crowd unhappy with that shot. We saw quite a few lob serves yesterday, Brad.
Yeah, it was
Gentlemen,
interesting play.
terrific resetting here, and the offense too strong.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday when we were having a call of one of the matches on show court.
0, 2, 1.
DK, it's always nice to have a alternative option or something to throw into your match that might be a little unexpected in terms of serve variation.
2, 2. Side out. 201.
Oh, double and a backhand, teeing off. Taylor securing that one.
That was a cracker.
It was.
301.
You know what blew me away? So I was speaking to PPA social media wizard
401.
Ireland yesterday. She said that chicken schnitzel was regarded as an Australian food. Which I was like, what?
We don't spell anything with a Z in it.
Yeah. Like, I mean,
That's European through and through.
Parmigiana maybe.
That's
Maybe.
Italian.
Well, yeah, but putting it on a schnitzel. Like, I think,
Culinary experts coming to you live and in person from the Proton Australia
Yeah,
Pickleball Open.
all right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We have cooking with Klaus and Kimlin here on the broadcast of Grandstand Court. But,
either way, they are both delicious.
well, as we, but no, let's actually bring this up. Okay, so it's actually difficult to talk about Australian food. Like, what do we do that's ours? Fairy bread.
Well, you could say fairy bread. You could say that a
Like lamb
shrimp on the barbie or a prawn on the barbie.
shrimp on the barbie. No.
Hey, look, Paul Hogan did it best.
No.
What about bangers and mash?
Bang
Oh, no,
and- yeah, but
is that
that's
English?
British. Okay, Jay.
Jay's clearly,
It's like,
Jay's
what
clearly
are
got
you
an
two
opinion.
waffling on about?
Isn't this pickleball? Back to the game, boys.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Second server. 502.
Oh, a beautiful
Through
forehand
the
drive
middle
down the
is
middle
good.
from Gruhl. Finding the mark, penetrating forehand, beautifully delivered.
602.
Great third there from Taylor.
702.
Oh,
That's unfortunate. He's had a fair bit of success with his double and a backhand
yeah,
thus
that
far.
ball sat pretty for Taylor on the backhand side, but just a little mistimed, pushing it into the net.
071.
The boys signalling at the moment, so we'll see a change of position
Nice drive.
in a few points.
1. Second server.
And these gentlemen are hitting the ball quite cleanly. I imagine,
Fault.
yeah, we've got a service fault. Score being
Go
called.
ahead and call the score. And you serve on point.
We'll see how kind official Campbell is with this call.
He's given the side out.
Yeah, it was called mid-service.
Faulted call.
If he served before the score was called, it would be regarded as a dead ball and wouldn't count, but not the case.
7-1-1. Point.
So you're versing one of these gentlemen in your matchups.
This is true.
8-1-1.
Dylan and I will have the pleasure of facing off in my Seniors Open singles match this afternoon against Loveler.
Ah, so he's getting inside
9-1-1.
intel.
So not in my only call-in, I'm also studying intensely.
Point.
The real reason comes out, ladies and gentlemen.
Looking for any sort of angles I might be able to exploit. And
Point. Game. Match.
that brings up the match, but I'll have you promise me, Dylan, that we won't bring up said game match if I do not come out successful.
Okay. And we will leave that at that. Hopefully you guys have a good match. And you mentioned, so you're playing in the 19 plus division, is that correct?
I'm playing in the Masters Open. The seniors are what we refer to as the Golden Oldies here in Australia.
Yeah. And the Supers in the New Zealand space. They have a different name for them as well.
I
So
like that.
I do wonder if they still call them the Supers, however. Actually, I should ask Jay. He'll tell me. But we will leave that at that, ladies and gentlemen, and pop off to a commercial break. Be back live with our events as the day continues. The ladies, their games have begun. So we may have some women on next. We will find out soon enough for you. We're getting a nod from our producer,
Don't
Hugh.
go away, folks.
We'll be back live straight after this.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. We're about to get underway with our first match here for the ladies. We have our women's doubles events round of 32 to get us started, and it's an absolute thriller with our Australian players on board. We have our
all Australian affair,
It
Dylan.
is. Yeah, we were having a bit of a joke earlier off air about whether we really make this, like we draw out the last names with the Australian pronunciations, but we have official Rajpal talking to the ladies right now, and we have closest to camera on the left side of screen of Isabel Papajan and Helena Spirides. Spirides just signed with the PPA Tour in America, so it's awesome to see. Rocking the Proton paddle as well, and they're up against the wonderful combination of Summer Dalabona and Selena Terulia. This is going to be a good game, Brad.
This is going to be an absolute expert experience in terms of what skill and talent these four ladies can bring to the game.
Dalabona already having a ripper of a weekend, gone through to the gold medal, which we will see on Sunday for the women's singles.
0-0-2.
Let's get started. Papajan to bring it in, 0-0.
Oh, a little
Ooh.
confusion there between the girls. They're smiling about it at least.
Sneaky.
Nice heat on the first point.
Yeah, it's good.
1-0-2.
Good sign of what's to come. Oh, a loose forehand there
Yeah,
off
absolute
Spirides.
Cannon.
Finding the power in that Proton.
0-1-1.
There it is,
Can see
making
a
up for it.
Stack and effect here for Spirides and Papajan. I had Isabel Papajan listed as one of my ones to watch for the 2025 year.
Line out.
Selena Terulia had a fantastic 2024, Brad. And I imagine she will continue to dominate throughout the tournaments to come.
Indeed.
Ooh, a volley lob, and what's the call?
Not sure if that dropped in.
2-0-1.
Confirmed. Quick hands, unsuccessful.
Dylan, it's fair to say that Summer Dalabona is on form
Oh, yeah.
here in Melbourne at the moment. And seeing the middle there beautifully. Terulia finding that gap, punching down the middle.
0-2-1. Point.
Yeah, Papajan uncorks the genie, that one goes too long.
1-2-1.
Oh, pick up. Woo.
Great hands there from all four players. I'm not sure on the call.
I believe it was called in. Yep.
Yes,
Good sportsmanship. or
just grabbing the
sportswomanship.
line.
2-2-1. Point.
Terulia securing the lead.
3-2-1.
Oh,
Point.
not sure if Helena thought that ball was going to get called wide.
You know what's scary about these two ladies in the white, Brad? Oh, here we go. Official Rajpal having a discussion, no doubt, about the service.
Ball toss question.
Voted as a player favourite referee last year, Sumi Rajpal. Very clinical. But as I was going to say, as these ladies are not opting to stack, they both have lethal double-handed backhands. Comfortable on either side of the court. Speak of the devil.
And not afraid to use them.
Yep. Oh, what a feeling, Taruya. She secures that one. And they are on to a bit of a tear here.
Yeah, I have to say that watching these girls and their two-handed backhand is a real masterclass in the stroke. So technically brilliant.
Second server. 6-2-2. Point.
You know what terrifies me, Brad? Summer Delabona is
7-2-2.
like, she could dedicate more time to pickleball.
Yeah, let's not forget that Summer holds down a full-time job.
Yeah.
She works for her career,
2-7-1.
and pickleball is her sporting passion, of which, like a lot of us, she only finds time to play out of hours. I'm sure her employer is supporting her passion, perhaps.
I remember talking about Sunny Coast Legends. I spoke with Ludovic Shaki when Summer started playing pickleball
3-7-1.
way back.
Yep.
And Shaki called it then. She said, Dylan, she will be the best female player in Australia.
Oh,
And that
Second
was,
serve.
Summer had played 1 or 2 rec games. I remember playing Summer way back when she was learning. And I was terrified.
3-7-2.
beautiful.
Oh,
Finding the
sneaky.
gap down the middle from Taruya. Nice little backhand roll. Perfectly timed. Placement over power, the key to pickleball
7-3-1.
on some occasions.
Point.
And the combination of Delabona, Taruya finding a
8-3-1.
nice lead.
Point.
Such a character, Papa Jean.
Yeah, the ladies are enjoying themselves nonetheless
9-3-1.
in this first game. Wow.
Who wants to dink?
Wow. That is just unbelievable pace and power.
10-3-1.
Ladies, go on ham sandwich. Oh, reset.
Yeah. You asked for it, Dylan. Here it is. Oh, and that one going long off the paddle of Spirides. And the first game going to the combination of Delabona, Taruya. Man, the heat is on.
I tell you what, Brad, that was very fast-paced. So I imagine, well, we expect it, right? The Australian women's scene, traditionally very quick, a lot of volley battles, and these ladies can all drive the ball very well. So
I've got to say, the preciseness and the clearance of the net cord by these drives, volleys, dinks.
yeah, not much in it.
There's not much in it at all. There's no very room for error, but that just goes to show how technically accurate they are and
Yeah.
how well they see the ball off the paddle.
Yeah, not wrong at all. And, you know, the combination of Papajan and Spirides, so much experience, but well, especially Helena. Papajan, I believe, has only played for about a year or so, give or take. So, you know, they'll have some discussions about where to go forward. And they are up against a experienced duo of Delabona and
Absolutely.
Taruya.
And these girls all are very familiar on the open circuit around Australia. A lot of them playing in different professional environments at the moment.
Yeah.
So all following each other, all reading each other's bios and understanding their game when they
Game 2.
get back on court. As we're into game 2.
Point. One zero two. Side
Oh,
out.
sent to the stands. Side out.
0-1-1.
Oh, I think the
Second
bounce
serve.
might have just caught Papajan a little off guard there. Ball not quite lifting as she expected for the stroke.
Side out. 101. Point.
We may see a timeout. Oh. Reset. Down the middle, it's long off the paddle of Dalabona.
So, Brad, I've just realised that I made a mistake. This is actually a round of 16. And the winner of Papajan, or this particular match here, may have to go up against the number 2 seed of Lacey Schneeman and Viv Glosman.
Oh,
So that's going to be a crack.
stick around, folks. Oh, Spirides Papajan dominating at the kitchen line there, putting the pressure on deep into the court. Dalabona and Terilia on the back foot, having to defend hard. Dylan, it's fair to say that the
Second serve.
potential of any of these 4 ladies coming up against
022.
higher seeded players it certainly isn't putting the fear into any of them. We've seen a few scalps taken from our local players in the singles rounds yesterday. Big scalps.
I mean, Summer is the giant killer at the moment. And, you know, I don't have any doubt in my mind that she's got her eyes locked on a top performance today. Oh,
You know,
Helena.
we're on home soil here at the moment, and you know, coming down to Melbourne from Queensland, I was just hopeful that we might have seen our girls play hard and fair and perhaps push a few of the players to their limit, but they've gone beyond and really lifted and presented the best possible pickleball that they have within them.
Well, it's such a good experience for Helena as well, considering both her and Evans have been signed to go over to the States. And that's a nice forehand roll. Side out confirmed.
Yes, Helena's experience scrapbook is about to be filled with lots of player matchups.
Second serve.
As she heads abroad, it's one of the latest PPA signings, USA.
052.
You know, there's a lot to be said for height advantage in this game, Dylan, but when you see these girls and how low they can get to the ground to dig those balls out at their toes, it really is an incredible feat.
Well, it's fair to say that Terilia and Dalabona are definitely on the taller side of things, as they are playing some lights out pickleball.
511.
I've already annoyed the Collingwood supporters, Brad. I can't be annoying the ladies too.
No, you're safer with the Collingwood supporters.
Yeah, especially how hard these ladies can hit the ball. Chicken wing.
Point.
And I do wonder, Brad, if
7-1-1.
Delabonna and Taruya will feature later on in the draw, whether they will continue this traditional method of no stacking. It's
Yeah,
working for them at the moment.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, they are banking on that
7-1-2.
backhand. Both of them, very, very consummate backhanders. Just like that, down the middle, absolute punching power off that paddle of Delabonna.
Yep. And refer to her as double barrel Delabonna for a reason.
8-1-2.
Lights out.
Side out.
Speed up from Spirides, very successful there.
And I think the question here has to be asked of Spirides and Papajan. What can they do to mix things up? Pummeled out.
Second serve.
Yeah, I feel like whilst there's a 7-point difference in the match, Delabonna and Taruya are really playing a heavy, hard game at the moment. I would expect that Papajan and Spirides might have a timeout and just discuss that power play approach.
8-1-1.
Oh, we haven't had a timeout yet, Brad, all morning. And that is why I think they're opting to not stack. So traditionally, the forehand would take that shot, right?
Yeah, yep.
Slander Taruya, ripped it down.
9-1-1. Point.
Brings up match point for the girls, Delabonna and Taruya. This latest round of 16.
And that's secured.
There we have it.
Delabonna and Taruya will go through. Learning experience for Papajan and Spirides. They probably had ambitions of having this a much closer scoreboard, Brad.
They just put the pedal down in that game and continued to just put the pressure on and keep the heat coming thick and fast from all parts of the court.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, and we got to give credit to the offensive onslaught of Delabonna and Taruya. They look in fine form. And I imagine, as we mentioned, there's some very high names in their division or draw.
Absolutely. We are certainly in for some more cracking pickleball here from the Proton Australia Pickleball Open. I expect that we will jump to a commercial break very shortly, and hopefully you will join us on the other side. Look forward to having your company. Be back in a moment.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.
This is what you're waiting for. Think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. Think we're ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Well, thanks for joining us here at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre for the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. Beautiful conditions here, of course, throughout Melbourne. We're inside, though, so we don't even have to deal with the sunshine here. Brad, it is a wonderful setup here. Quarter-final time for this one. Can't wait for it. Joey Wild, Zane Navratil taking on Maximilian Wild and Dave Bacala. This should be a real mouth-watering fixture.
Mate, talking about bringing out the big guns for a pickleball match here in downtown Melbourne, we have some international flavour on court at the moment in Zane Navratil, one of the United States' best players on the circuit at the moment. He's partnered up with a local legend, Joey Wild. We are getting close to getting underway for this quarterfinal match. They're taking on some local boys. The name of M. Wild and Bacala.
Concerted approach so far from both teams, but that's a wonderful little response there. Excellent off the hip.
And immediately a different match to what we saw from the last ladies match, where the girls took it to each other in a heated battle from the very get-go. These gentlemen are taking a precise approach.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's been perhaps the one criticism, if you will, across MLPA Australia, for example, with maybe the girls taking a little bit more time to get into that flow of the match as opposed to just going hell for leather straight away.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, depending on your environment, your conditions, the way the ball moves, the surface you're playing on. We're on the pickle roll here indoors. The ball really does grab on this surface. And it is a little bit slower than what it might be on a typical outdoor pickleball surface.
102.
And of course, utilising the Franklin X40. And now Maximilian Wild serving that one in. Joey up to meet it. Oh, right down the line. Great recovery from Maximilian, but then smacking down.
Finding that volley very cleanly off the paddle. A lot of power behind that
011.
stroke.
It's a nice mix so far, strategy and power. Joey once more looking to just navigate through the middle there. Oh, lovely placement from Maximilian. Again, just precariously tipping it over. And then Joey
Wild
stepping up.
coming across with the backhand flick, finding that mark on the line. Both these boys of Navratil and Wild really pairing up nicely for a combination.
Worth mentioning as well, Brad, obviously limited lead-in time as well to try and prepare for this particular tournament, being all the way over the other side of the Atlantic. Oh, and that's nice as well.
Yeah, you're right, James. It's interesting to find a natural pattern or rhythm when you come up with a partner who you've not spent much court time with. But these boys don't seem to be having much trouble in terms of finding the pattern of play that works for them best. As we start dink rally here, Joey Wild just loose ball off the backhand dink. Paddle angle just a little open.
Nice deep serve there as well from Maximilian Wild. Now a chance for Joey to really bring the smack down. I'll just get that back over the net.
Reset.
Well, how about that for
Nicely picked up off
athleticism
the
there,
ground.
Brad?
That was a very athletic manoeuvre.
Well, that's one that you watch and you start to think at on the age of 30, maybe the hip pops out of place.
Yeah, I can't say I know what that feels like yet, but I know that's not far away, perhaps. Playing in the Masters myself, it's a
111.
lot more risk involved every time we step out on the court.
Look, as someone who wakes up pretty sore out of bed every day, I can tell you now it's already hitting me.
The ATP, beautifully found there on the toes.
Outstanding from Joey Wild, just squeezing it around the side of the net in the court.
211.
It's a good start here from both sides.
That ball just sailing wide. Yep. James, both teams are using a good combination of power and control in their
311.
construction of the points at the moment, moving each other around nicely. As that speed up from Joey Wild just sails long.
Yeah, nice little changes of tempo. Really using the full width of the court we saw with that last point for Joey, of course, just squeezing it around the side of the net and inside the court. So 3-1 they currently lead. Joey now on serve. That one's a bit of a shallow one. Nice little flick on, so good recovery there.
Yeah, Joey saw the speed up opportunity off the backhand side, down the middle, aiming at the hip of his opponent.
Good cut there, centre of court from Maximilian, and then Carla with a nice little slam right towards the net, but that'll still go the way of Joey and Zane here. So Wild and Navratil up 5-1.
Navratil just on the back foot there, trying to dig that dink out. A little off balance, opening up the paddle face, not quite getting the lift he needed.
Now pick up a point there as well, so I needed that, Brad.
Yeah, a little confidence booster from the combination of Wild, Bakala.
Barkala.
Bakala.
A lovely little chip back over the net there. Now cat and mouse game between the two Wild boys at the moment. Maximilian trying to get the better of Joey here. Thinking towards the corner. But ultimately Joey wins out.
Joey coming up trumps on that battle. James, it's very interesting to see the cross-court dink lasting so long. Yep, that one going long. It's usually a case of preventing or avoiding predictability when it comes to dink rallies.
352.
and continuing to push your player, your opponent, cross court. Throwing in the mix up for a speed up can often be the key to getting the point into your favour or creating the unforced error, as we saw.
Lovely fine Joey Wild winning out on that one. Is it fair to say as well, though, Brad, there's perhaps a little bit of nervous tension still here in the early stages of this one. We're coming into quarterfinals, and maybe that's why we're seeing a fair bit of this cross-court, short-range attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. The boys are feeling each other out at the moment and just trying to understand or discover what might be an elusive weakness.
Still very tight at the moment, though. 5-4 here with Navratil now on serve. Just towards that no volley zone. Wild, great recovery there. Now speeds it up, Navratil as well, and then Wild.
Unbelievably punching hard at the net. Both teams really bringing the heat.
Wild by name, wild by nature there, Brad.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the forehand drive down the centre. The boys might have thought that was sailing long, but it ultimately dropped or dipped into the baseline.
It's one that you could put a microscope on and only just clip the baseline. Once again, there's that cross-court shot from Maximilian Wild.
Speed up from Joey Wild down the middle, finding the gap there. That was that unpredictability that we were talking about just a moment ago. Engaging in a cross-court dink rally can sometimes lock you in, and you may not expect what's coming, and that's what you're counting on as the attacking player. Looking for the lower paddle face, drop down, opening up the shoulder, providing target for your opponent to really dial in and try and push that ball into your arm that has dropped, giving you the advantage of the placement.
And certainly you'd have to say between both Navratil and particularly Joey Wild in the opening exchanges here, they've got that more right than their opponents.
Yeah, they are finding a little bit of range and just really working out where the I suppose the weakness in terms of the placement of the ball needs to be. Joey's creating scenarios where he wants his opponents to think that they know what's coming next. And whilst he's doing that, he's obviously working out a way to creep in and create the uncertainty. You can see some signalling happening from the combo of Wild Bacala. So we'll look out for the switches.
So picking up here at 8-4 with Navratil on serve. Oh, Wild, lovely angle there. And then Navratil.
Beautifully. Full control of that placement.
Well, typically we see Wild and Navratil in the opening exchange here split right down the middle. That was right through the middle of the legs, though.
Talk about finding your mark.
Control here from Maximilian Wild. And now once more that cross-court action between himself and Joey.
The ATP finding the net post that time.
He's had success there already so far, Joey, so going back to the well. Not quite getting it right this time, though. Second serve now. A steep return from Maximilian.
Right at the toes.
So game point brought up here for Joey Wild and St. Navratil. Best of 3, of course.
You can see Max Wild just keeping the ball deep at Joey's toes, hoping for the pop-up opportunity, but didn't need to put one away.
Plenty of movement on that ball in flight too from Maximilian. Kept alive here from Joey.
Great hands from all 4 players. You see how quickly the momentum changes in a point where the combination of Wild and Bacala seem to be putting the pressure on there at the net exchange. They were forced back on the back foot.
Good opportunity here now for
the
Wild
tweener.
and Navratil. That was classy from Maximilian Wild. Bacala just over the top. Oh, lovely work from Joey
Beautiful
Wild.
counter there from Joey.
Fair to say, Brad, so far he's been the star of these 4.
You Certainly seeing the ball nicely, reading it well off his paddle, watching his opponent's positioning.
Natil hemmed deep into the court momentarily. Now back into the edge of that kitchen. Oh, and then acrobatic from Bacala as well.
Looking for the earning opportunity, hoping for the pop-up. Got himself back in court pretty quickly, though. The boys having a joke about that.
Well, for our
Maneuver.
Aussie viewers, that was like watching someone taking a cricket catch on the boundary and having to hop back in time. That's there, now completed for game one. So Wild and Navratil with an outstanding start here, Brad.
Mate, it was good to see at the very beginning of this first game of this quarterfinal match, the gentlemen were taking it nice and slowly, spilling each other out, putting a bit of pressure on at the kitchen line, dinking cross court, creating a few opportunities, some loose balls. But then the heat came. Some really strong aggressive exchanges at the net. But as you mentioned, the combination of Navratil and Wild are seeing the ball beautifully off the paddles.
Well, it's like a watermelon to them at the moment, but you know, there's still some opportunity there as well for Maximilian Wild and Bacala. I mean, 5-4, they got themselves back into the contest having been down 5-1, so it's not out of the realm of possibility to make this one a tight second game.
And that's where the psychological play really comes in, staying focused and realising that you came out here with a particular game plan, and whether or not the game plan is working, you either stick with or you take your time out to reassess and have a look at what's happening to bring it back into your favour. But clearly the combination of Max Wild and Bacala were, you know, happy with how things were progressing. And as you said, they brought a few points back into the match for themselves, got themselves back into flavour. And I think they should be happy with that performance, because they certainly put some pressure on and had some results from that pressure. Interesting to see if they keep that same game plan of taking the heat at the kitchen line to these boys, Navratil and Wild, who are seasoned players. And I mean, Zane Navratil has been on the professional circuit for quite a long time in the United States, so he will have seen it all. But yeah, Joey's certainly stepping up as a partner, I'll say that much, and back in game two of this quarterfinal men's match. Uncharacteristic unforced error there from Joey.
Pretty much the first thing we've seen him get wrong so far in
Yeah,
this
I
game.
think that might be the first unforced error.
Nice placement there again from Maximilian Wild, who's been happy to do these little cross-court dinks so far.
Ooh, the dig from Navratil not quite coming off.
Tough one to deal with, awkward height.
Yeah, Bacala really put it down low towards his ankles. A little wide.
Start here to the second game though for them, up 2-0.
Oh,
Joey with a
beautiful.
wonderful angle there.
Nice shape on that forehand cross-court dink. Really pushing it wide, taking his opponent out of court. Full stretch.
One serve now, down by 2 in game 2, but he won the first game. Navratil shifting towards Maximilian Wild on that left-hand side.
Yeah, really pushing hard on his backhand. Putting the pressure on, understanding that Max is engaging in the cross-court dink, and he's banking on that to continue before he creates an opportunity for a speed up or a flick. Here we go again. High ball.
Oh, Wild accelerating and then bringing the smack down.
No mistake.
Is there perhaps a little bit of an over-reliance at the moment from Maximilian in particular for those little cross-court dinks? Would you like to see a bit more variation,
Yeah,
Brad?
I think we just saw a little glimpse of it in that last point. The cross-court dink engagement began, and then we saw him create an opportunity and went face-on with Joey in the dink rally, just mixing it up, and I think that's what's going to be the difference in whether they can get back into this match.
Oh, Bacala once more responding in the best possible fashion. Joey Wild.
Been called out. We're
Yeah, you're right there, Brad. It's only just missed the mark. Millimetres in it. That's all it takes. So 3-2.
there it is. Loose ball off that backhand dink cross court. That's the one that they're waiting for.
Yeah, just far too high on that occasion there from Maximilian Wild. Right into the zone there for Joey.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, it would be interesting to see if he continues that pattern of play, because he's really been challenged on that cross-court dink.
You have to wonder what the discussion was during that timeout that they called in game one. It hasn't really shifted the course of momentum so far. There's another point on the board for Wild and Navratil, 5-2 now, so they're closing in on the match. Semi-final berth awaiting.
5-2-2.
Yeah, I expect to see Joey and put the pressure down now and pedal to the metal and try and really pull away. Case in point, they are seeing the ball, creating every opportunity, really constructing the point now, working hard to go through the motions of pushing the players wide, getting to the toes, making them uncomfortable, pulling those balls loose and creating the opportunity for the put away. It's simple pickleball. It looks very fantastic and exciting to watch, but it really is fundamentally simple pickleball that they are doing very, very effectively.
Yeah, it's just high efficiency at the moment, isn't it?
It is.
It's almost every opportunity that's presented themselves, they've cleaned up with it.
Absolutely. You use that word very, very appropriately there, James. It's efficient. It's very efficient play. You know, when it comes to pickleball, there are patterns throughout games, and the patterns of play are particular strategic placement of balls, pushing your opponents around, watching their movement and hoping for an opening off a loose, wide backhand, making someone stretch a little bit wider, opening their paddle face. You know, as soon as you see that open paddle face, the ball's likely to come up. You start your movement towards that loose ball, and ultimately you've got it on your paddle before you know it, and they are just punching hard.
And pulling all the punches for that matter as well. So Wild and Navratil closing in on a semi-final berth. 6-2 in this second game. Of course, they cleaned up in game one, 11-4. It was tied at one point, 5-4, but then they really pulled away. And despite a good start in this second game,
Then let's not discount the boys from Australia, Max Wild and Bacala. They certainly are giving it to Joey and Zane.
just see there as well, Brad, a little bit of frustration starting to creep in on the faces of both Maximilian and also Dave. Can be such a mental game at times.
And this is the difference.
Well, that's much better for them though.
I'll be happy with that. That'll be a little vote of confidence on the behalf of Maximilian and Dave. They're still talking. They're still comfortable in terms of delivering the right shot routines. It's just a matter of their opponents are responding very, very quickly with their counters, their resets, their speed ups. They are just a little step ahead.
2-7-2.
Still getting points on the board though as Wild drives this one deep, and here's once more, probably the only other uncharacteristic error we've seen. That might be, I think, just his second one now.
Maybe the second unforced error from Joey.
That
We'll see
one's
that
long there
serve
too.
go long off the paddle of Maximilian Wild. Zane Navratil on serve at 7-3. Let's see if they're going to put the gas down. Quick point, long ball return.
8-3 now, not too far away. Navratil once more will look to drive this one deep. Quick serve. And they're just their own worst enemies at the moment, Brad.
Yeah, they're just getting a little caught up, a little tight.
9-3-1.
They need a result here. They need to stop the flow of points. That's better from Maximilian. Surviving a pretty intense shot there from Wild back down the middle.
The overhead. That's wide. He'll be disappointed with the shot selection. Was a good idea. Both Zane and Joey were up close on that, pushing forward on that kitchen line. And lob is a good idea in that scenario.
Match point now brought up though. That's gone wide, and that'll be enough to claim it. So on to the semi-finals. Joey Wild and Zane Navratil march, and I mean, a pretty comprehensive performance, really, Brad.
Yeah, they certainly kept the heat on throughout the game. But as I mentioned throughout the points there, they were really structuring and they were working hard to create the opportunities, in a sense, curating the play. They clearly have a game plan, knowing each other's background in terms of where they've come from and their experience and their, I suppose, their strengths versus very little weaknesses. And really putting the pressure on at the toes, particularly in that dink rally exchange, you know, creating those loose balls, making the players move around, really, really working towards making the points their own and constructing hard. That was really well done. Good point. Good game to watch.
Yeah, and something that Joey really does have in abundance is that reach. You can get all those balls, whether they're right down by the feet or just hovering in the air. So if you give him the opportunity, he's going to take it, and we've seen that here on our court. So the 4th seed, they go through to the semi-finals. Victory for Joey Wild and Zane Navratil over Maximilian Wild and Dave Bacala. All the action continuing in just a moment.
waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Welcome back to the Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre for quarterfinal action of the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. James Preston and Brad Class to bring you all of it here between Aaron Blitz and Josh Chia, the 24 seeds, but they are up against some of the heavyweights of this competition, the third seeds, Duong and CJ Clinger. This should be an absolutely mouth-watering fixture, Brad.
James, you arrived at the right time, mate. This is going to be an absolute cracking game of pickleball here. Two of the finest international imports who have made their way all the way down under join us here at the Proton Australia Pickleball Open, versing some very local boys who will have a very big following. You can expect this crowd to grow exponentially as word gets around that Josh Chia and Aaron Blitz are taking on these international flavours.
Brad, we can already see in the stands that that's filled out significantly compared to our last quarterfinal, and I dare say there'll be some raucous support for both Blitz and Chia here, the two Melbourne boys. We have the coin toss now. What are we expecting in terms of styles here? Is it a bit of a mesh?
It's a very safe bet that we will see a lot of tennis-esque play here. Quan, as we know, has come from a very successful junior tennis background. Josh Chia joined the pickleball world last year. I was actually very lucky to play with Josh in his first tournament back in Brisbane, and he is full of colour and fanfare. Hits the ball very cleanly. Aaron Blitz is a seasoned professional here on the Australian circuit as we are about to get underway. CJ Clinger on serve at 0-0.
Oh, Blitz, nice control there, just picking up the tempo and collecting the forehead there of Clinger.
Yeah, it looks like the ball's just clipped maybe the temple or the side of his eye. Hopefully he's okay. Just deflecting off the top of his paddle.
0-0-1.
Josh Chia on serve. And that one just sailing long. A little bit of nerves here. This will be one of Josh's biggest games he's ever played in pickleball thus far.
They've perhaps already exceeded expectations too, of course, coming to this one as the 24th seeds. And Chia, just a little long on that occasion.
Look, these boys will be bringing everything they have to take on both CJ and Quan. The experience and expertise on the other side of the net to Josh and Aaron is pretty exciting to watch. But as Josh Chia has just demonstrated, they've got some answers and they will have some responses to this heat and fire that's going to come their way. So we have an exchange. Deep rally here between Blitz and the speed up, just sailing long. And James, you'll notice, as I mentioned just a moment ago, that Quan comes from the background of tennis and he gets down so low to this ball.
Forehand was really driven a couple of times in that particular pointers. Now Chia just tiptoes down the sideline. The cross court there from Clinger. It's a very cagey opening here, Brad.
Yeah, it's very tense on court. I'll say that much. He's
really letting rip here as well, Dong.
The pressure that comes off Quan Dong's paddle, the speed, the compactness and power that comes from that backswing on the backhand side is extraordinary.
It's a very interesting mix here as well between CJ Clinger, as we see a bit of miscommunication there between Blitz and Chia. But, Clinger very much a more control player, just looking to find those angles, whereas it's almost all-out power here from Duong.
Yeah, you'll see this pairing really work efficiently together, as in CJ will try and control and dictate the short play at the net, whereas Quan will really bring the heat from the baseline and mid-court. And they will complement really nicely with that combination.
Just a bit
punch
long
just
there
going
from
long.
Clinger. So still 2-0. We've had plenty of action so far, but not a great deal of scoring points on the board so far, despite the play that has transpired. Now going deep. Return though from Blitz.
Good defensive punch there from Josh Chia, putting the ball back deep into the corner of Guangdong's paddle.
0-2-1.
Aaron just running through that forehand a little bit, not setting himself before he made the strike.
2-2.
Dong once more with a nice pressing drive deep, and then Chia with an unforced error.
James, you'll notice something very different between this match and the last one that we just broadcast between Joey Wild, Zane Navratil and Barkala and Maximus Wild.
0-1.
This game is a lot faster. The points are a lot less constructed, so to speak. The boys are just bringing the heat from all parts of the court rather than taking a moment to set, reset, dink.
Points.
I think a lot of that's coming from Dong as well. I mean, he's the one that's really hammering
He's
this ball
dictating,
forward.
yeah, he's
and
really
they're responding
dictating
to
the
it.
points, yeah.
3-0-2.
That's probably the real challenge here for Blitz and Chia, is to try and play the game at their tempo. Oh, Klinger beautifully worked at the net there. And up towards the kitchen line and bringing the heat.
Yeah, so the challenge for
4-0-2.
Josh and Aaron is to bring the speed of the game down, the tempo a little bit.
Points.
Because if the harder they hit the ball to Klinger and Guangdong, they can expect it to come back with interest. As we see a timeout called by the Australian pair, I'll sit down and have a chat and perhaps talk about a few different strategies and new approach. We are already 5-love into this match. And whilst there's been a good exchange and some very tidy side outs, the guys are working hard and probably don't want to be working this hard this early in the match. So if they can just slow that ball down, bring the tempo down a little bit, create a few loose balls, look for some opportunity. There's not going to be many weaknesses on the other side of the net, but they need to create the placement opportunities, get the ball working in their favour, and see whether or not this timeout's going to do the trick and change the momentum.
Well, look, probably the first 2 or 3 minutes, it was actually reasonably even, but from that point, we're really starting to see Dong just taking control of things and driving with that very, very heavy base hit, and they've struggled to keep up so far, Blitz and Chia. So down 5-0. And then Blitz
that's what
once
I-
more with an unforced error.
It's what I expected them to come out and do. Slow that ball down. Josh took the opportunity to put a ball short into the kitchen, try and bring the tempo down a little bit.
Flirting with danger there with that return from Blitz right on the line.
So we'll see here if they can maintain the control. Nice defense there from Chia. Again,
Great
Josh
get there
Chia
from
seeing
Blitz.
those balls nicely on those defensive volleys. Ball just clipping the net cord and dropping short on the side of Blitz and Chia.
They're not far off though here, Brad.
No,
It's just a
they're
few
not.
loose shots that have really been punished.
You know,
I think it's been tighter than the score would indicate it. 9-0 now.
Klinger and Dong are not powering through these boys. They are making them work hard, yes, but most of the points that are coming for CJ and Kwan are from unforced errors.
0-9.
Now Chia on serve, looking to get their first points on the board. That's nice from Blitz.
Oh, the defense from Klinger, unbelievable on the overhead from Blitz.
Well, he certainly got all of it as well, Blitz, but you're right, that defense
Just
from Klinger was sensational.
Put himself out there in front of that ball.
And that's a real mental point for them as well, thinking, well, we couldn't have hit it any better and we still didn't get the result. Cautious here from both Blitz and Chia.
Oh, the 8. One looking for the earning opportunity early on. Oh, Blitz going for the backhand drive.
He jumped early there, Brad. He was really keen on trying to get it around the sideline there. Right down the...
Brings up game point. Oh, and Aaron finding the opportunity.
It's almost the trick shot
Just
in the air.
dipped onto Kwan's toes. Great shot, Aaron.
They're still alive in this first game for the moment. Chia, unfortunately, they will hit the net, and that'll be essentially a clean sweep here for game 1 for Duong and Clinger.
An interesting first game. You know, there's certainly some potential here for both Josh and Aaron. They're trying hard. They are thinking about changing the momentum, bringing the tempo down a little bit, and you've seen them trying to craft and construct. But unfortunately, it's just a matter of when the opportunity comes up and they have that loose ball to punch hard and put away. There's a paddle right there on the other side of the net, in place, ready position, and countering back. And I don't know that they're counting on that coming back so quickly and efficiently. But the international combination of Clinger and Dong are just next level.
Well, look, they've come to play. They're the third seeds as well, and we've already seen 4 seed Joey Wild and Zane Navratil come through. So as it stands, the competition is largely panning out as to be expected. But, a few little tweaks here and there, there's a chance. There's a chance for Blitz and Chia.
Absolutely, there's a chance. Look, we've seen some major upsets come here from the Australian players taking on the internationals. And it's not impossible. It's on the day anyone's game. And points, they happen very quickly. But if you construct and you take your time and you're patient and you are making the opportunity present itself, then it's yours and it's yours for the taking. But I'm excited to be calling this match because having these internationals here is a real treat, and they are wonderful players and really just as wonderful human beings, enjoying the crowd, engaging with people.
And it's a really well-meshed team as well, Brad, this Clinger and Dong combination. I mean, we talk about the power game of Dong, but it's precise from Clinger.
Absolutely.
And defensively very sound too, because Blitz has thrown a fair bit at him as well.
We're underway in game 2. Josh Chia on serve.
Nice return there from Kling.
Just watch how low these guys get to the ball.
Great angle there from Dong, and now Clinger looking to step up the tempo momentarily. Blitz responding with a slowdown option.
Speed up down the line from Kwandong, finds its mark. Beautifully timed.
Well, that showcases the kind of form he's in at the moment, Brad, because there wasn't too much wrong with that shot there from Blitz.
The boys were working, they were putting themselves into that point.
Blitz again will head out to that side. Oh, great recovery from Blitz, but then Clinger.
Angle cross court from Clinger. Saw Josh moving to cover that centre middle, opening up that left side.
Classy there from Clinger. Decent serve as well. Blitz now up to try and control things a touch more, and that's better from Blitz.
Putting a little punch down the middle on the backhand paddle of Kwandong.
Again, there's the speed off the paddle itself, and too long from Chia. We haven't had much of an answer for the pace of each of these shots from Dong. We're seeing it again there, for example.
Putting some good shape on that ball as he strikes and comes forward on top. Making it dip mid-court through transition, which is where we find ourselves getting stuck most of the time.
Chia, that was a little bit loose. Clinger didn't punish it though. Still in the point for now. No control from Blitz. And just out there, but that was better signs for Blitz and Chia.
I would have expected, and I was hoping that Aaron was going to go for the speed up down the middle or try and aim for a hip. You know, sometimes we can be a little bit too patient, overcommit to the dink rally.
Well, that was the key in the last quarterfinal we saw. Joey Wild, the moment the opportunity was there, he took it.
Yeah.
Dong once more driving from deep. There's a chance momentarily, and he'll still get the luck, and everything is going their way at the moment. See the apologetic finger being raised as well from Dong.
I think that ball was called out. Side out. Clinger just checking with the referee, Julie Campbell, officiating this match for us.
Here with a very shallow serve. Dong, as a result, starts to up the tempo straight away.
Oh, the punch off the backhand of Blitz. Sailing long.
He's tried that a number of times now.
Yeah.
Blitz just hasn't quite got the full wrist to work over the ball.
Yeah, he's not coming over it as much as he normally would. That'll be timing.
Chia momentarily thought about the tweener there. In the end, went for the lob, and it was wide of the mark.
Going
So
for the safe drop, and it just went wide.
501.
On the net cord, working to the advantage of Kwandong.
well, look, when everything's going your way, you tend to get the rub of the green as well.
601.
So 11-0, now 6-0 in the second game. You'd love to see Blitz and Chia get something on the board.
Anything's possible. We saw it in the last match.
602.
The Australian contingent. 11-0 in the first game, and I think they got 2 in the second.
That's nice, though, from Chia, those 2 shots. And Dong has to respond with a bit of power.
Look at that movement through transition, so efficient. Almost a 100-metre sprint within 4.
Well, Brad, based on this performance, you'd really back them in the semi-finals as well. This is comprehensive.
Look, I don't want to discount the efforts of the Australians, and I have been excited to see a few of the Aussies create some upsets. But all I'm ever used to is watching these players on YouTube and on the international broadcast channels. But to see them live here and hopefully see some finals action, it's what I paid my money for.
Clinger bring it down, and then Dong once again
Dong
with the
finishing
big
off.
hit.
072.
I'm not sure he's missed one of those yet. They've all been on target. It's now Blitz again, trying to work him over. Cap's gone too here for Blitz.
Can only mean one thing when Aaron takes his hat off. He means business. It's all out. Did it fall off or did it come off? It looks like it fell
I
off.
believe it fell off, but I must say, I think you're right, Brad. I don't think I've ever seen Aaron without a hat. That includes off the court. Oh, Clinger with a classy shot down line. There's
Beautiful
nothing
little
Blitz
flick
can do
roll.
about it.
So very tidy.
And that's the problem too, Brad, when we've seen them just, attack right down the middle of the court and really look to drive those balls deep and just go for the hammer, so to speak. When you then get a little bit of a variation, just flicking it to the side, you're not expecting it. You've got no answers.
No, and that comes to experience, and that comes down to reading the movement of your opponent and seeing it very, very early. The most subtle of movement in terms of a left or right, or a paddle drop or a paddle movement left or right off the person's body. It's all those very, very split-second actions of your opponent that you've got to capitalise on, and clearly CJ is seeing those well and truly on his opponents and taking advantage of them every single time.
And it really has been great control at the net from Clinger. We've seen Blitz try and work the tempo a bit. Of course, Dong then coming in with those big hammering shots. But, you're right. It's been, I suppose, that defensive control from Clinger as well to just anticipate what could be happening.
It is such a beautiful combination to watch. A combination of preciseness and power. CJ really dictating the play at the kitchen line, where Kwong really delivering the pace and the power from the baseline and midcourt. So they are 7-0 up in this second game after taking the first 11-0. See if the Australian boys have got a response now that they've had this timeout. Let's go back into the action. And the speed up from Clinger, just clipping the net cord and sailing long.
Rattling into the white tape of the Euler net there. Clinger once more goes deep. And then Chia, unfortunately, can't get it over. So there's another one on the board. They march closer towards the semi-final berth. 11-0 and 9-0 in the second.
The overhead opportunity.
What a recovery from Dong, though, from beyond the baseline. Oh, Clinger with a little
nice
pick-up.
Pressure there from Aaron and Josh really bringing it, the overhead opportunity. Both of them saw the ball and both wanted it. Ultimately, one had to move out of the way.
I think the captaincy card was pulled there by
I think it
Aaron
might have
Blitz.
been. You're right. You're absolutely right.
And Chia was underneath it, hopped out of the way.
Yeah.
There's a couple of good shots before that, though, from Chia. That really drove Duong and Clinger deep. And again, that's what we're seeing, Brad. It's quite literally a case of inches here that they're just missing by.
Yeah, they are really dicing with margins and percentages at the moment. And that one just long off the backhand side.
Great read from Aaron Blitz, who, the moment that came off the paddle, he was allowing
certain,
it to
wasn't
sail
he?
wide.
He was very certain.
902.
Brings up match point for the combination of Clinger and Dong.
1002.
Definitely be one to watch moving forward, unless there is a major miracle from this point for Chia and
There it
Blitz.
is.
And they won't find it, unfortunately. A very strong display from both Dong and Clinger. They will march towards the semi-final, and with some great form behind them as well.
Yeah, look, both Aaron and Josh should be very proud of the game that they brought today. I mean, there will be disappointment. There's no doubt about that because they've come out with zeros. But there was some very, very strong challenging going on. Once the heat was brought to the kitchen and the front of the court from both players. But ultimately, I think it's that combination of that placement and precision of CJ Clinger and the power of Kwon Dong that really set them apart and gave them the footing that they needed to just keep pushing forward. And the pressure was very intense.
And I believe we're just getting some results coming through as well. It looks like Bao Dong will be taking on Kwon Dong. So in the semi-final, they've both progressed. This will be a great little matchup that we're expecting now. So we can't wait for that one. We'll take a very short break here, though, at the Proton Australian Pickleball Open live from Melbourne Convention Centre. All the action to continue very soon.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.
Welcome back to the Proton Australia Pickleball Open live from the Melbourne Convention Centre. Our last quarterfinal of the lot. We've had some cracking fixtures already, and now some of the biggest are on stage. It's the number 2 seeds, Colin Johns, teaming up with Jay de Villiers up against the all-Aussie contingency of George Wall and Lucas Pascoe. Now, those two certainly know each other's game. They've been playing at that Major League Pickleball Australia level for some time. James Preston here with you alongside Brad Class. And certainly we're going to see a bit of class in this one, Brad.
It just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Jay de Villiers and Colin Johns coming on court here in Australia, downtown Melbourne, taking on our local Aussie flavours of Lucas Pascoe and George Wall, two of our very consummate men's doubles players here on the Australian circuit. And I have to say, you know, the level thus far has been incredible, but I think we're in for another level again when this match gets underway, because all 4 boys, quite big, quite tall, very powerful players. But, you know, these American players, they have played this game for a lot longer than we have in this country and have a lot more court time experience. But nonetheless, I'm sure the Aussie boys are going to bring them something to take home and talk about in terms of their experience here in Australia.
Well, in terms of growth as well, I mean, Lucas Pascoe is part and parcel of that. Of course, went the number 1 draft pick for the Major League Pickleball Australia tournament last year, and still only, I believe, just 19 years of age, and he's getting better and better with every tournament. So don't discount them here. If there is to be an upset in the quarterfinal, for me, this is the main one it could happen in.
This is where we can probably expect some incredible partnering in terms of complementary play. The Australian pairing will have seen each other's play on the same side and opposite sides of the court. We're about to get underway in this first game of this last quarterfinal match.
So Lucas Pascoe to serve. Oh, de Villiers. There we go, Brad, straight away. There's
well,
the class.
you know, there was a loose ball there off Lucas's Pascoe's paddle straight away. And Jay's never going to miss one of those opportunities.
Nice control here from George Wall, not allowing any opportunity at the moment for de Villiers. He's round the side as well, nearly got there.
The ATP defended by Colin Johns and gave an opportunity for George Wall for another punch down the middle, but he just pushed that one into the net.
So first points on the board here. 1-0 to Johns and de Villiers. And now Pascoe comes up with a cracking shot at the net.
Terrific counter there from Lucas. Saw the ball nicely, punched it in the corner.
Oh, Johns
Nicely
just
set up there by
down.
Johns.
And we mentioned this, Brad, in the previous match as well. You can't afford to offer too many opportunities to teams of this calibre. There's been a couple so far as well. They have indeed offered up to both Johns and de Villiers. Oh, nice little flick there from Wall.
Nicely disguised there from George, really putting a little indecisive moment in the heads of his opponents.
He's a player that certainly does keep the opposition guessing, George Wall.
Yeah, he does. He's very crafty on court.
Great control there with a miniature firefight. Colin Johns winning out. Second serve still to come, though, for Wall and Pascoe.
De Villiers and Johns are choosing to full stack here on the serve and return. Playing their favoured side of court. Working their advantages.
That was always going to be a tough one there to recover for Pascoe and Wall. Straight at the feet of Pascoe. Did a good job to reel it in.
Ooh.
And strong again up towards the kitchen line there. Pascoe with a heavy amount of spin, but dispatched from de Villiers.
Yeah, Jay really seeing the opportunity. Not very far above the net to be able to punch hard and deep on that volley backhand.
There's opportunities there, Brad, too, to really tuck into the corner of the kitchen itself. I'm just noticing here both De Villiers and Johns are really targeting that right-hand side up against Wall.
Yeah. And playing the centre of the court, there's not a lot of distance between them as they're playing those points out. They are certainly enjoying the experience, both of them off court here, smiling and talking about the match thus far, I'm sure, and how much they love visiting us down here in Melbourne, Australia for the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. Guys make their way back to court. Lucas and George will have had a moment to reassess and discuss the potential to try and uncover a few opportunities and exploit a little bit of the gameplay that they're currently being served up from Johns and De Villiers.
It's very similar as well to our previous match here with Blitz and Chia, who are maybe just, you know, a fraction off the pace, an inch or two wrong here or there, but if you give the opportunities to these high caliber players, they will really take full control. Just some minor tweaks required here for Wall and Pascoe. That's better from
Speed
Wall.
up to the body. Perhaps a tactical part of the discussion that was taking place off court.
We haven't seen it so far. That's the first one where
right.
Wall is aimed directly at the body there of De Villiers or Johns for that matter. Patient approach here from George Wall. Oh, De Villiers with some classy stuff there, flicking around the body of Pascoe.
$7-0-2.
7-0 the scoreline. Very comfortable lead at the moment.
Oh, that's lovely from George Wall, though. Stayed in the fight and then finished with aplomb.
Yeah, Jay just found himself a little bit stuck in the centre there and opening up that left side of the court for George to put a little flick down the side.
0-7-1.
Deep serve too from Pascoe, but the return from De Villiers was exceptional.
On the line. Push George onto the back foot a little bit.
7-2.
Wall now responding with a bit of speed himself. Oh, gets a bit of luck too. That's what they need as well, Brad. Just something to go their way here. Maybe get a point or two on the board and start to shift that momentum a touch.
Ooh, right on the toes of Lucas Pascoe, unable to get the paddle down low enough to dig that one out. And side out, De Villiers on serve.
1-1.
Oh, cutting the centre nicely there. And it's a great opportunity for De Villiers to just hammer that home, but it was well read from George Wall.
The Ernie. Oh, the opportunity presented itself for Lucas. He had full open court. Johns was on the run to retrieve that short ball. And they're both smiling. I think they know they were lucky to get out of that.
Well, that was probably the first point we've seen so far, Brad, that Wall and Pascoe were completely in control. One's a little wide, but you know, we've seen them pick up a couple of points here and there, or you know, stop the momentum on the serve. But in terms of from the very beginning to the end of that point, outside of the final shot, it was all them.
Yeah. That one just going long off the backhand of Jay De Villiers. He was leaning long and hard into the kitchen, holding the ball on the paddle. Just held it a little bit too long.
8-1 the score as Wall tries to pick up that paddle speed a little bit. De Villiers patient.
Watch for the speed up.
It's nice from Wall. Stayed in the point.
3-8-1.
3 on the board now for George Wall and Lucas Pascoe. That one's a little wide of the mark, and you can see there the class of De Villiers. Had
Yeah.
it continued, he would have
ATP'd
Have it at home
that
as
one.
well.
Yep.
3-8-2.
It's all practice.
8-3 it remains.
Oh,
Points.
And there's a very uncharacteristic error there for De Villiers.
you'll notice he was very stiff and upright when he got to that ball. Not using any of his legs in compression.
Nice little fight back here too from Pascoe and
Yeah,
Wall.
they're finding a little bit of rhythm.
8-4-1.
It was 7-0, but back to 8-4 now. Not too far away from that baseline either from George Wall. I like this as well, Brad. They're actually hunting points.
Sadly, that one just missing.
We'll call for a timeout here, but look, refreshing to see in that previous match with Blitz and Chia was probably a case of being a little bit too passive, whereas it seems like Wall and Pascoe have maybe watched that, looked at the blueprint of how to beat some of these top American competitors, and you've got to take the game to them.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's at this point in time where I usually expect to see George Wall bring in a little bit more of that craftiness, a little bit more of that unsuspecting sleight of hand almost play, where he might appear to be going for a particular shot, but then at the very last second hold the ball a little bit longer and move the paddle angle, go for a different option, and try and mix up the pace and the expectation of his opponents. But the boys are certainly holding their own. They're getting a few side outs and a few points on the board, so they're starting to find a bit of rhythm, that the nerves will be starting to dissipate as we get back into the action at 10-4 game point. It's the last men's quarterfinal. Oh, and the counter from Lucas Pascoe is hot off the paddle, not missing the mark that time.
That's beautiful work from Pascoe, the #1 draft pick in the Major League Pickleball Australia for 2024. You're seeing why right there, and then a good leave too from George Wall. I just won't go away here, Pascoe and Wall.
And they deserve not to. They've made it this far. They've got to get their money's worth, so to speak. Oh, and that one's sailing wide off Colin Johns. A couple of unforced errors starting to creep into the game of the internationals.
Well, this is the thing, Brad. If you do apply the pressure and stay in the point, you give yourself every opportunity. And that's what Wall and Pascoe are doing. Nice change of pace here from Wall.
And there's
Finish
another
from
one from
Pascoe.
Pascoe. Nicely set up by George Wall. He certainly took it to the firefight at the kitchen with some great responses off the paddle of De Villiers.
They are building in this one. Johns now just slowing it down a touch. We haven't seen that too much from the two US boys. Was that long as well, was it?
Don't think so. Perhaps not. I
Maybe
didn't
just
see any finger
creeping
go
in.
out.
Yeah, it's just clipped the baseline itself, so 10-6. Second serve now for George Wall. Oh, Wall.
Oh, the defence.
With that long reach, and then goes again.
Still in it.
Defence here from Johns.
Oh, and the simple dink reset from De Villiers, catching the net cord. Shaking his head.
What about the
Disbelief.
comeback here, Brad? It was 7-0. Now 10-7. Oh, Wall exceptional with the
This
firefight
is the amazement
again.
of pickleball. The momentum is shifting. Let's see if the US boys call a timeout here to try and break this run of points coming off the Australians.
Well, Brad, we spoke about it early. If you're simply staying in the point and applying a little bit of pressure, results can come. And that is what Wall and Pascoe have been doing here. And
There's
they'll get
another
yet
one.
Another one.
We have 1 point difference in this game now. The boys have fought their way back valiantly to get themselves into an equalising opportunity.
Once again, a nice serve from Wall too, nice and deep. Pascoe, concerted approach.
Oh.
And there's a rare error in what's been a great run for them. This is the big test for them now, Brad.
Yeah, let's see if they can get the side out without any point exchange.
Wall straight up to meet it. Looking to close down the opportunity. Lovely angle.
And the AATP missing its mark. Second server to the Americans.
George Wall raising the fist as well. He knows that was a big moment. Got one more to see off though. Oh, great placement from Wall. Nearly overrun there from De Villiers. Oh.
Nicely punched there. Good exchange there by both teams. That was a very, very good second half of run of points for the Australian team. But I'm not going to say they were outclassed, mate. Not even closely. Earlier on, there was a lot of nerves and a lot of unforced errors taking place on the paddles of the Australians. But, you know, that crafty nature, that never say die attitude, they were in it and they were in for a reason. And they certainly made their presence felt.
Well, it's almost a case of the Americans getting away with that one because they were coming for them. They never stopped pushing and nearly got the result, 11-9 in the end that game. But I think there's a lot of confidence to take from that first one for both Wall and Pascoe. And Wall in particular, his work at the kitchen, brilliant in the second half of that game.
Yeah. George is a consummate net player. He has every single volley trick in the book. And as I said at the start of the match, he's a crafty player. He likes to disguise his shots, and particularly with his speed ups and his movement of the ball on that kitchen line around the feet of his opponents, trying to create and work to pull something loose to capitalise on.
So spot in the semi-final up for grabs. So far it's De Villiers and Johns who have the advantage. Oh, ATP.
Defended by Pascoe, but I think he was expecting that ball to come a little bit harder than it did, and it struck it a little bit early.
Pascoe, nice coverage out wide. Oh, just shifting a little to the centre now. An opportunity back out on that left-hand side. They want to utilise it. And you can see De Villiers was trying to attack it straight away. Didn't need to in the end, but
looking for the earning opportunity, expecting that ball to come up wide on the right.
Oh, Wall speeding up and
De Villiers
finding
taking
it
that
too.
volley even behind his body. Really seeing the ball nicely and able to connect.
It's fair to say that Johns has been a little bit passive so far in this match.
Yeah, you could say that De Villiers and George Wall are both taking the dominant roles in these pairings at the moment. And I suppose there's a tactical approach to playing people that you've never met or never seen, perhaps even never watched on replay or analysis. I'm sure the professionals from America have a lot more to worry about in terms of their own games, practicing and training. Maybe doing a little bit of research. Maybe keeping their eyes on the leagues over here.
Cheeky little leave there from Pascoe as well. Quite literally turned his back on the shot. Watched it sail over the baseline. Still well and truly in this one. Well, not quite finding the centre with that previous attempt. Stays in the point though, and then unlucky. Just
Net
clipping the
cord
top
just
of the net.
helping that ball sail wide. It was a good flick of otherwise from George. I think it was going to find its mark.
He's one of those players that has that excellent whip of the wrist.
Yeah.
John's easy as you like, picking up off the toes multiple times and looking long, but going a little bit too long.
I think Jay and Colin have called that last ball prior to that shot wide.
8 points on the board here in this second game, Wall and Pascoe. Oh, that's much better, right at the body. Not too much De Villiers could do about it.
Yeah, he's hit an out ball and he knows that it was going above his shoulder, and he's a very tall man at the kitchen line. It was still on its way up. Just couldn't quite pull his paddle back. That one's long. Colin Johns very firm on that call. Make no mistake.
There was almost a little bit of passive aggressiveness about it from the
Reminds
previous
me of,
play.
Rafa Hewitt is renowned for those sorts of calls.
Oh, Pascoe, nice little collection right at the toes.
Nice reset, speed up. Quick hands.
Oh, Oh, Wall.
Push
Terrific
they, he
hand-eye
was pushing
coordination,
them
but
back, had them
Johns-
on the back foot. They were retreating. Oh, and George just not seeing that final one clean enough.
They have done a good job of so far in this second game, though, Brad, is just ensuring they're not losing points on that
They're
serve.
not
though.
giving them a run very easily, that's for sure. Making them work hard for the points and the side outs.
And of course, though, is one there that'll go in favour of the Americans. And Wall again, who's found the tape time and time again.
It's the ATP.
Well
He is
recovered
coming
from
across to
Pascoe,
finish.
but- Yeah, you're right, just dropping right to the middle, and that will force the timeout here as well from Wall and Pascoe. It's one of those points mid-game as well, Brad, where you can sense the pressure building from your opposition. You're hoping you can just stay in it, but De Villiers,
Yeah.
too classy.
Yeah. The intensity of the American contingent is certainly having its effect, its desired effect, I should say, on the Australian players. But, as we've just said a moment ago, the intensity that the Australians are countering with, delivering some more power and placement, making the Americans work hard for those points that they have on the board at the moment at 6. Plenty of exchanges of side outs. Not many runs of point opportunity. There's only 1 point here and there that is getting them ahead at this point in time. I'd like to see a little bit more action in terms of those disguised play activity from George at the moment. He's known for being very crafty and creating opportunities out of what might look like an otherwise opportunistic scenario.
It was around this time in the first game that they started to make a move, and there it is now from George Wall. So both times the timeouts have proved to be very well
they've
timed.
worked in the favour, yep. Second serve.
6-0-2.
Pascoe picking up the speed and then just unable to get the arm around the outside of that ball. It was an awkward one where he couldn't quite get the backhand or the forehand going.
Yeah. Jay was countering very solidly there.
7-0-2.
Nice
Side
roll
out
at the
here.
feet of Jay.
And they get the result here, Pascoe and Wall, which is good to see.
0-7-1.
So there, the run started in game 1. Can they get it working now? Wall driving hard.
Second server.
Still not out of the woods just yet, of course, coming into this
0-7-2.
particular match. Pascoe and Wall beat Jay Gruhl and Zach Taylor.
Oh, Jay De Villiers just ducking in time to avoid connecting with that long ball. Almost Matrix-like that move.
7-0-1.
You can watch him code and play pickleball at the same time. Leo
Ooh.
De Villiers.
The block volley there from George, just catching the net cord.
8-0-1.
Oh, great reach. Just flick the wrist as well. Working John's overtime here. And there's that guile from George Wall.
Oh, and a loose one off Colin Johns.
Just clever play though from George Wall,
Yeah.
mixing it up with every single shot.
Yeah, he was working on him, pushing him hard, had him mid-court, pegged there for a little while.
8-0-2.
Johns was heavily defending. Oh, net cord working in the favour of De Villiers.
Timeout call.
Final timeout called by the Australian pairing.
Something needs to change so you can understand why they've gone for it. And of course, coming into this one, Jay De Villiers and Colin Johns defeating Tim Kuznetsov and also Nicholas Genus. So, had a good ride here.
They
The
have.
second seed, and now as it stands, we've got the second, third, fourth, I believe as well, the top seed all through. So,
Yeah.
top 4 as expected.
Yeah.
So unless Pascoe and Wall can come up with something here to pull this one out of the fire, we will indeed have the full contingency, the full complement of our top 4 going through. They showed signs in that first game, Brad.
They did, and it was unfortunate as George puts that one into the net. It was at that point in the last game where they took the timeout to reassess and perhaps try and talk about changing the strategy of the game.
And here they are facing down a match point.
Oh, the hands.
Oh, an outstanding
Oh,
recovery
the hands.
from George.
Unbelievable
Wall.
hands by all players. George and Colin just going at each other toe to toe.
One serve now. Can they get a run of points here? John's great return. Oh, and then a beautiful shot right at the kitchen line.
On the line.
Nothing that Wall could do about it.
It's a different game from the first one, James.
There's been less opportunities for the Aussies, and whatever opportunities have been there, they've taken
had
them.
response.
There's another one from De Villiers, just again dispatching of it. Little flick of the wrist and point stilled up.
Match point again for Johns De Villiers. Oh!
Well, that's a rare miss hit there for Colin Johns. Off the very top of the paddle. One thing they've done quite well, Brad, the 2 Americans in this game, is just really nullify any input from Lucas Pascoe at all.
And there's the match. Yeah, you're right, James. The intensity and the continued pressure from the Americans, no matter what they were fed in terms of aggressive power play or soft touch, they certainly had the responses and the answers to deliver and get them to a match-winning position to take them through to the semi-finals of this men's open event here at the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. I do want to give a big shout of credit out to the Australian boys. They certainly, in that first game, they were up against it and they had a 4-0 deficit to try and do something about. They took a timeout, came back on court and just basically went a little bit for it, put a little bit more intensity behind the ball, created some opportunities, opened them up, and they found themselves in a very close match, only going down 11-9 in that first. But I think that gave the Americans the message that they needed to do something. And in that second game, no matter what they were dealt up from the Australian contingent, they had an answer, and they had it solidly.
Now, I think there'll be a few eyes as well on the likes of George Wall off the back of that performance, though, showing that he can mix it with the best. But you're right, it's just those pressure moments that they really tended to capitalise on, and that was the difference in the end. 11-9, 11 blot in the second, unfortunately. So they go marching on, Colin Johns and Jay De Villiers into the semi-finals. We'll take a quick break here with all the action for the Proton Australia Pickleball Open.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.
Welcome back to the Proton Australia Pickleball Open, live from Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Semi-final action here between the top seeds in the women's doubles. Tyra Hurricane Black and Elise Jones up against the fifth seeds, Amelia Schmidt and Danielle Townsend. It is Australia versus America, and we can't wait for this one. There's been some terrific results leading into this one for Danielle Townsend and Amelia Schmidt, overcoming the fourth seed of Andy Dikasavlovich, and Caitlin Christian, of course, was also in the women's singles finals, coming up on Finals Sunday to the tune of 11-2 and 11-9. So a strong result in the quarterfinal. And on the other side of the card for Tyra Hurricane Black and Elise Jones, 11-7 and 11-5 over Rose Van Reek and Caitlin Hart. So good form coming into this one, of course, also off the back of strong performance not too long ago, at the end of November, where they claimed bronze medal honours in the women's doubles at Milwaukee for both Black and Jones. And certainly some pedigree as well for the Aussie contingency. Amelia Schmidt, of course, the #1 ranked woman on the Australian PPA tour, hailing from Brisbane. And for Danielle Townsend, also a bit of pedigree there. The background in table tennis, she was selected as part of the 2023 World Cup Australian table tennis side. So terrific speed when she gets towards the kitchen area. Lovely little wrist work in her performance as well, and I certainly get to see that on show. Loves a good firefight. And for Elise Jones, it's been great success no matter what sport she's turned her hand to. Some success in volleyball as well. Turning pro, of course, back towards the end of 2021 into 2022. She's had some really good results as well across the board with pickleball. So there, Amelia Schmidt with the smackdown too, so you can expect a little bit of that still to come. Final stages of preparation, but of course a spot in the final awaits, and their opponent, no matter who gets through, will be a rather tough one.
0-0-2.
We're ready to get underway now, so Jones on serve. Worked here from Schmidt. Nice patience as well though from Black. Flicking it over, and then Jones tries to go for the smackdown. Good recovery from Schmidt. Being forced deep into that court though. Schmidt staying alive in the rally.
Point.
And just narrowly falling shy of the mark. That one in favour of Black and Jones here. It's 1 point to nil. Then with a nice deep return. A couple of shots here clipping the net. Townsend just steering out towards the side of the court. Oh, Schmidt, powerful as well. That's good play.
0-1-1.
Townsend a little bit deep here, so they've definitely been hemmed back in the opening exchanges here, the Aussie duo.
1-1-1.
But all locked up though. Schmidt, nice drive once more. Oh, that one just creeping in the court. A little pick up from the baseline there from Schmidt. Townsend steering it wide. Oh, and then just creeping in. Schmidt went ducking and dodging, or ducking and dodging, I should say, trying to avoid that ball. It looked like it did just land in, but may have been called out here, in fact.
1-1-2, sorry.
No, in fact, it has been called out. So Townsend here with second serve. Oh, lovely from Schmidt, right down Main Street. And they'll take a lead here, 2-1.
2-1-2.
Jones stepping up, and now looking to lay down the law, gets a result. And change of serve to come here. Side out in favour of Black and Jones.
One, two, one.
Of course, playing with the Franklin X40. This amount of bounce and speed on that ball. A tough one to deal with there for Jones. So,
1, 2, 2.
second serve brought up. Townsend across court. And Townsend accelerating. Now the opportunity for Schmidt. Nice little touch there as well from Townsend. She'll creep all the way across to that right-hand side of the court. Schmidt looking to go over the top. Good recovery from Black. Oh, and then Townsend. Well beaten there from Jones. Just a late little twist of the paddle and completely upended her concentration. She was already shifting back towards centre court and then caught down the sideline itself. Locked up here at 2-2. Schmidt now with a chance. Oh, and Townsend, very clever play. That's beautiful work from Danielle Townsend. Wisdom beyond her years. They were anticipating a deep shot and then a little cut back. And no chance to retrieve that one. Schmidt now stepping up. Townsend also looks to put the hammer down, a little bit too vigorous on the follow-up. Second serve now for Schmidt and Townsend. Black coming forward. Oh, and then Townsend with no real opportunity there to try and scoop that one up. Good pressure. Right at the kitchen there for Tyra Black. That one falling shy of the mark. So still looked up at 2 apiece here. Schmidt and Townsend, this young duo making a great fist of things in the opening exchanges. So far I haven't seen too much in the way of patient approaches from Schmidt and Townsend. They're quite happy to engage in the firefight. Jones just dabbing it over the top. Once more you can just see Townsend trying to increase the speed yet again. Give the lead here to Black and Jones. 3-2 up. Schmidt, good defensive cover, sends it wide. Oh, great return though from Jones. Townsend does a good job to keep it alive. Schmidt now takes off into the body of Jones and a good result.
Two, three, one.
So 2-3 with the side out now. Schmidt on serve. Townsend was sitting deep, waiting for that to land just on the baseline, but over it, so locked up now at 3 apiece.
Second serve.
Well dealt with there in the end from Jones. Right up through the middle. Black was also there. It was nearly a case of double paddle on it. Schmidt now driving, looking for the corner, and just missing the mark.
3-3-1.
So now Tyra Hurricane Black on serve. Townsend with a nice little return. Oh, clips the netting. Lovely late change of angle with that shot there from Townsend. Now Black looks to head towards the corner. Oh, found an opportunity. Schmidt got out of the way of it. And they're claiming that might have hit the cap there of Amelia Schmidt. No complaints from her.
Point.
And that will stand. So 4-3 to Black and Jones. She did her best to get out of the way of it, Schmidt, but that was coming at some speed. I forced Jones wide now. It's a nice recovery from Jones and, should I say, Schmidt and Townsend.
4-3-2.
Townsend once more, just hang it over the top of that net. Oh, Schmidt goes big. Just can't quite get it on target, though. And back-to-back points. We haven't seen too much of a run for either side so far.
5-3-2.
5-3 now, though. Margin opening up. It's important for Townsend and Schmidt to make sure that lead doesn't get too far in front. I've seen the Aussies struggle once they've gone behind so far today. Townsend just gifting that really there for Tyra Hurricane Black, who took full advantage of it and then straight into the body of Schmidt. They'll call a timeout. So 6-3 the score. That most recent point, and promising signs here for Schmidt and Townsend. If they can try and get involved with those firefights a little more, that's where Townsend and those table tennis skills, the background that she's had coming into this pickleball sport, and it's growing so brilliantly across the globe, that's where she really has found a home. And a very aggressive presence on the courses, on the court as well. And very fired up. And certainly likes to not so much intimidate her opponents, but let her know just how keen that she is to really put the foot down whenever the slightest opportunity presents itself.
Time back in. 5-3. 5-3-2.
And it should be 6-3 here. That last shot that hit the body of Schmidt. And there it is, confirmed, 6-3. So back underway now. Jones to serve. Townsend looking at midway through the court, then finding a beautiful volley right through the centre. Inside out, so Townsend will have the serve here. Decent volume about it, and then just creeping over the top of the net. Well placed from Townsend. Good reach from Townsend. Now Schmidt with the backhand, following it up. Knocks it deep again here from Schmidt. Wonderful exchange here between Schmidt and Black. And it will be the Aussies who win out. Good pressure from Schmidt and Townsend. Now close the gap a touch, 6-4.
4-6-1.
Oh man, an awkward one for Townsend to deal with. Does a great job to keep it alive. Scooped up off the floor as well. Now Black heading towards the corner. Oh, Schmidt, good recovery. Then fires up big time. Smacks it down into the ankle of Jones. And the Aussies building nicely here in game one of the semi-final.
5-6-1.
Again, Schmidt aggressive right at the kitchen. And she is cooking with gas.
6-6-1.
Locked up here, 6 apiece. Aussies riding a wave of points at the moment. Now Black responds. It's a good response too. A double-handed backhand, generating plenty of power.
6-6-2.
Second serve coming up for Schmidt and Townsend. Starting deep, and now they'll both come up in unison. All Black off the net, and then nothing Townsend could do. The paddle caught right around the waist there. Unable to move it away from the body. Good result for Black and Jones. Schmidt threatening Townsend, good recovery. Oh, Schmidt somehow got a paddle to it, but couldn't really escape out of that situation. Black and Jones were completely in control. And now back in front.
7-6-1.
Townsend steering out towards the left-hand side of Black. Oh, Schmidt really threading the needle there, clipping the netting. Haven't seen too much of attempts around the side of the post. A few opportunities for both Schmidt and Townsend. That one just clipping the netting and then falling out of court. So 8-6, they get closer towards this first game here, Black and Jones. Townsend sweeping it. Oh, and then a lovely bit of athleticism there. Flick of the wrist with the backhand. As she was sweeping across court. And will bring up a second serve here. And Schmidt with a lovely direction there. Cutting across court. Once more getting a result. Side out, and now Schmidt on serve. Oh, Townsend, that was a real gift, and she knows it too. Look of disdain across the face. It's right up in the channel to be put away, and that's what Jones did. That's better from Townsend though. Black though with a nice response. Oh, Townsend, great save. Now a cut for Schmidt, tough to deal with. Outstanding work from Tyra Hurricane Black, just closing off the opportunities.
8-6-1.
Townsend flicking it away yet again. Black attempting to go over the top. Townsend going for the full smash. Nice little cut. And again, the aerial route. Well dealt with though from the Aussies. Second serve brought up now for Black and Jones.
8-6-2.
Townsend just creeping over the net. Schmidt takes off good speed. Townsend misses an easy one though. Still second serve here, but 2 points closer towards closing out this game. And that's all they need. Townsend whipping. Oh, Schmidt, lovely recovery. Past Townsend, Schmidt then couldn't achieve a very difficult follow-up. And they'll call another timeout here with game point on the line. So a good little period here for Black and Jones. Last time they had that timeout, of course, it did produce a result here for Schmidt and Townsend. They got themselves back into the contest. Leveled up once more at 6 apiece, but it's been a run of points now for Black and Jones. Of course, a difficult assignment here, no matter how you look at it, for Schmidt and Townsend. Tyra Hurricane Black and Elise Jones coming into this one as the top seeds, of course, for this tournament. And the recent form is good with a bronze medal result in Milwaukee back in November. And a couple of quarterfinals in the lead up to that as well, across Las Vegas, for example, and also at Virginia. I believe Schmidt also played in that Virginia tournament, ultimately knocked out in round 2.
Second serve.
10-6 on second serve. Game point here for Black and Jones. Schmidt going to go big early here. Townsend with a little bit more control now, winds up. Good take from Schmidt, right along the kitchen. Schmidt with a great angle, continuing to work over Jones. Overhead they go, and that will produce the result here for Black and Jones. First game done and dusted. Bit of work to do in game 2 here for Schmidt and Townsend. There's been positive signs. It's twice they've gone on a run of multiple points, but overall the control still well and truly with Black and Jones in this one. It's nothing particularly fancy either. It's largely sticking to the fundamentals and doing them very well. For the Aussies, perhaps just a little bit more variation in the plays. So we'll see what they can conjure up. We'll have a very short break before we get back underway with the second game here in this semi-final. So back underway now for game 2 here in this women's doubles semi-final. Black right towards the kitchen and working strongly here. So too is Jones. Townsend now with a firefight. Schmidt, good save. And then Jones comes up trumps. Big result. First points on the board here in game number 2. Chance for them to go on the attack now. Townsend up above. Jones just slowing things down momentarily. Townsend, lovely little whip of the wrist. In control at the moment, the Aussies in this point. Schmidt with the backhand. And then losing out there. That's probably the easiest shot of the lot, unfortunately, for Schmidt.
101.
And that will now bring up the first point of this second game here for the Americans. Townsend driving it deep. Well placed. Townsend, wonderful skills at the net, looking for the finish off the net. Still a chance. Jones saves it nicely at the baseline. Now Black stepping up. Oh, that's an outstanding point from the Americans. Jones kept it alive. Black finishes it off. That's a classy point from the number 1 seeds.
201. 201.
Well, every point is being contested, though, by Townsend and Schmidt. Not being completely dominated here. Townsend with a very clever play. That's a beautiful drop shot from Townsend. Jones went diving for it. Body on the line stuff. But clever work from Danielle Townsend.
202.
Second serve now brought up.
Point.
Schmidt again, just guilty of perhaps the easy shot being the one that gets missed.
302.
Black just chipping over the top. Schmidt well dealt with though. Oh, and lovely placement from Jones. Townsend recovers well. Good placement herself. And the firefight ensues. That was quite funny midpoint. Townsend let out a word that I can't repeat, but she knew she was in a little bit of trouble with the return shot. And a timeout is called here with the Aussies overall in a little bit of trouble here. Game 2, and they are 4 points to 0 down. Long way back from here. We've certainly seen them shake up the competition a touch on their run here to the semi-final, but this is their biggest test. If they want to get themselves back into it, you'd imagine they can't afford Black and Jones to keep going on this run here. They at least need to get a couple of points on the board just to swing some momentum back. Of course, winner of this one will either take on Sheeman and Glosman or Trong and Irvine. That's our other semi-final getting underway this afternoon. So difficult position now for Schmidt and Townsend. Second serve here for Black and Jones. One game and 4-0 up as well. As Black once more providing a deep serve Townsend stepping up. It's a little bit too deep, I feel, though.
5-0-2.
And 5-0 it is. Black serves once more. Townsend whipping it towards that right-hand side. Oh, and Black again, dominant at the kitchen. And certainly serving up a bit of heat as we welcome Brandon Lee to the commentary.
It is great to be here for this women's semi-final.
It's been a very competitive display so far. The Aussies struggling a little bit more in game 2, but game 1 a very tight affair. 11-6 and locked up at 6-all at one point. But a real run of points now, especially since that timeout was called. So 7-0 and that line looks long. And that'll be a little break they might need here, Brendan.
And a wardrobe change from Black and Jones from their previous rounds.
Certainly keeping fresh in every sense of the word. Schmidt, good pick up. Townsend, lovely hands. And we'll get a point on the board here in game 2.
Great to see. Denny and Amelia had a great win in their quarterfinal
1-7-1.
over Caitlin and Andy.
Schmidt, oh, lovely drive right up Main Street. Splits them like Moses parting the seas. And that is one for the highlight reels from Schmidt.
7-1.
2-7. Nice little run being formed here by the Aussies. Schmidt with the double backhand. Good pick up from Jones. Patient approach here from both sides. Loose shot from Schmidt and punished in the end from Jones.
Jones is just rock solid, isn't she? It takes a lot to get an error out of Jones.
2-7-2.
There's been very few chinks in the armour here of Jones and Black so far. Schmidt going long, trying to force the issue.
7-2-1.
Inside out here, so first serve for Black. That's 7-2. They can ill afford to concede more points here. Townsend, as cool as a cucumber at the kitchen at the moment. Now looks to step it up a touch and will get the result. So second serve coming up.
Rock solid there from Townsend.
Jones taking off early. Now gets the smackdown going. Oh, Jones, that is superb.
And what a combination Elise Jones and Tyra Black are proving to be here in Australia. A great quarterfinal win against Katie Hart and Rose Van Reek on Championship Court an hour ago. And then out here just making it look so easy.
Well, that's the problem that we have seen throughout the day. For example, you look at Aaron Blitz and Josh Tier a little earlier. Any single opportunity that was provided for their opponents was dispatched of very cleanly. And so it proves to be the case again here for Jones and Black. But that's nice from Townsend. Great hands. And they'll call for a timeout here. In fact, no. A little conversation with our official and then sticking with the action.
Want to see the Aussies put some points on the board here, James.
I certainly can't afford to concede any more. Down 2-9. Just 2 away from advancing to the final itself. That's going to be tough for Townsend, who takes cover. Lovely pickup as well from a difficult position. Now Black really forcing the issue and brings up match point. Apologies, they got one more there.
Great defense. Good point by all 4 players.
2-9-2.
A must-win point, if you will, here for Townsend and Schmidt. They've got to stay on serve. Oh, Schmidt does indeed find a result. Clips the netting, followed by Black, and that will go out. So 3-9 brought up.
And that ball's gone stray, James. Let's see if we can find that one.
Well, the Franklin X40s certainly have a bit of bounce to them. That one could indeed end up in Geelong if it keeps going.
3-9-2.
Townsend once more on serve and again getting a result. So here is the comeback that we've been asking for.
4-9-2.
Once more Townsend going big early. Spreading through the middle at the moment. Schmidt, patient builder. Oh, and then a lovely little acceleration of speed there from Black, and that proved to be the difference.
Yeah, Tyra's just so effective at speeding the ball up from positions that we haven't generally seen here in Australia. From below her knees, she's able to speed that ball up from, and that is dangerous. Ooh.
It's a good result, though, for Schmidt and Townsend. Second serve. They haven't conceded an extra point. It's the most important part of that. Lovely return from Townsend, nice and deep. Schmidt once again with that double-handed over-the-head backhand. It's been a feature throughout this match, and she hasn't really got it wrong more than I think a single time, so it's been very consistent.
Aussie's doing well here, keeping Tyra and Elise scoreless, or on 9 at least, for the last 2 side outs.
Townsend back towards the middle. Good weight about it. That one was a little bigger. Now Townsend can capitalise on it, and she does indeed. Bring the smackdown with a capital S.
5-9-1.
Not out of this yet, Schmidt and Townsend. That one's a loose shot, though, from Townsend. That's going to cause a few problems. Black trying to accelerate things. Lovely pickup. Oh, and then Schmidt just going for a little bit too much there.
Yeah, they did well to turn defense into offense there, James, but Amelia just pressing on that one a little bit too much.
5-9-2.
Oh, and Townsend again. We know she likes to play aggressively, but that could be a costly error there.
Wasn't the best choice there from Townsend. That was building something a little bit special then.
Schmidt just turning the screws a touch. Oh, gets the little deflection off the net. Now the firefight ensues. Jones staying alive in the play.
Ooh,
Townsend just collects the net.
Yeah, she loves that backhand volley. Unfortunately, just bringing that down a little bit too much.
10-5.
And also brings up match point here. 1 foot in the final, and then Black coming up with a trick serve in the end with a big slice, which we haven't seen so far in this match. Townsend and Schmidt looking to keep it alive. They can't do so. The dream ends here for the Aussies, but the Americans keep marching forward. They are one of our finalists. They'll be playing on Championship Sunday, and really quite a comprehensive display in the end, Brendan.
Yeah, look, Tyra and Elise have gone through the draw nicely today, taking out a number of Australian pairs on their way. They're going to be dangerous in that final come Championship Sunday, and we look forward to seeing who will join them soon.
Yeah, of course, Black and Jones very strong there. 11-6, 11-5. The dream over for Schmidt and Townsend, but Black and Jones certified in that championship match. We'll take a quick break here. All the action for the Proton Australia Pickleball Open from the Melbourne Exhibition Centre.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
water, waste, energy. The game is on. Together, let's fight the ultimate match, ecological transformation. Veolia.